Morning, members. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please remind you to ensure that mobile phones and other devices are on silent, that banners, etc. are not permitted, and members of the public are not allowed to address the meeting, to use the microphones which are available when addressing the meeting, and that you may be filmed or recorded during the meeting. Thank you. Please be upstanding for your chairman.
Morning, members. Please may I call upon my chaplain, Reverend Finn, to give prayers.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, we take a moment to acknowledge that none of this belongs to us. The world, our county, this council, you are God, and yet you love it when we work with you to make things better. So we pray for our government on this interesting day. Please be part of the decision process in finding a new Prime Minister. Would you bring order and stability in these next few months? Thank you for your goodness and your justice. Let that be here among us today. Thank you that everyone is loved by you. Let your love be here today. Thank you that you are a God who is joyful. Thank you for the moments of laughter which will be shared here today. And Lord, a special thank you for Anthony May, who's leaving his post as Chief Exec. Give him wisdom as he moves to his next role. And finally, our hearts are heavy as we think of the sudden death of Vaughan Hopewell. Would you comfort his family, his friends, draw near to them as they try to make sense of what's happened. So let us just spend a minute in silence and remember Vaughan and his family. Heavenly Father, we commit today and this meeting into your hands. Be with us in Jesus' name. Amen.
As we have just stood in remembrance of Councillor Vaughan Hopewell, who unfortunately passed away since our last meeting, I think there are some members who would like to say a few words. Nigel. Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry, I've gone out of order straight away. Sorry, apologies for that. So I have to approve the minutes of the last meeting. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any apologies for absence? Councillor Barnfather.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have apologies from Councillor Camilleri for other reasons. And just as I came into the chamber, I received a phone call from Councillor Garner, who sends his apologies. He will be slightly late joining as he has a medical appointment.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Yes, Chairman. I've got apologies from Councillor Sheila Placed and Michael Payne for other reasons, and apologies from Councillor Sybil Fielding, who is ill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got apologies from Councillors Deakin, Shaw, Carr and Derby, all for medical reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. If any councillor or officer has either disclosable pecuniary interest or a private interest in any matter on the agenda, would you declare it now? Please raise your hand if you have an interest to declare. Okay, there's none. Do you want to do the Yep, sorry. Okay, Chairman's business. Councillor UNICEF Baby Friendly Initiative Gold Award or Gold Service. Can I call upon Councillor Tracy Taylor to introduce the award, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This council was re-accredited with the Gold UNICEF Baby Friendly Initiative Award in May of this year, following our first award in 2020, when the Children's Centre Service transferred to us. The UNICEF Baby Friendly Initiative enables public services to better support families with feeding and developing close and loving relationships so that all babies get the best possible start in life. The programme supports maternity, neonatal, health visiting and children's centre services to transform their care. Meeting the Baby Friendly Initiative standards has resulted in Notts County Council securing this prestigious award, which is a nationally recognised mark of quality care. Our offer is based on collaborative working between the Council and Notts Healthcare Trust, with both services being re-accredited by UNICEF at the gold standard. This is one of only 2 areas in England currently where both elements of the community support for families are at this level. Meeting these standards has enabled our Children's Centre Service workforce to support pregnant women to recognise the importance of early relationships for the health and well-being of their baby, to protect and support breastfeeding in all areas of the service, and to support parents to have a close and loving relationship with their baby. I think this is a significant recognition for the Council and for the Workforce Chairman, and I believe that Louise Lester will be collecting the award on behalf of the entire service. Thank you.
Especially because we know that families with young children struggling during COVID. The efforts of our Children's Centre Service must be acknowledged, and our thanks go to all the workers who have contributed to us achieving this international award. I would now like to invite Louise Lester to come forward. As we've heard earlier, we have received the sad news of the death of former County Councillor Vaughan Hopewell. Mr Hopewell represented Mansfield East from 2017 to 2021 and was a valued member of the Communities and Place Committee for much of this time. And I would like to invite members who may would like to say a few words. And I call upon Councillor Moxon.
Thank you, Chairman. And I rise this morning to pay tribute to Councillor Vaughan Hopewell. I didn't have the pleasure and privilege of knowing Vaughan as long as many of you in this chamber. In fact, the first time I properly spoke to Vaughan was at the County Council election count last May. Now, I know that Vaughan will be remembered by many for the Zoom meeting during the pandemic when he was very smartly dressed for the bits he could see, but when he inadvertently got up to get a drink, he forgot that everyone could see he wasn't wearing trousers. And that brings me on to the very first conversation I had with Vaughan. You might think that there was some profound meeting with words of wisdom, but when he introduced himself to me, he said, "I think this is the first time I've worn trousers for 2 years." To which I responded, "Yes, I had heard." Now, in fairness to Vaughan, he congratulated myself and Councillor Corden on being elected and wished us well. He gave me a few tips and issues that he was encountering and said if I ever needed any help, just give him a call. Ultimately, he just wanted the best for his local community, as he lived in the heart of Mansfield East and the heart of his Oak Tree District Ward. A couple of weeks after the election, I bumped into him at our local chippy. We were both disappointed that they'd run out of salads, obviously. We chatted for 10 minutes and he kept reiterating that if I needed any help, he was there for me. So when a few weeks after that his wife died suddenly, myself and Councillor Corden dropped him a card off sending him our sympathies and good thoughts. I only live about 5 minutes from where Vaughan lived, but no sooner had I got back in the house that he was on the phone to me. We were probably talking for nearly an hour, where he told me all about the work that his wife did in the community and the work they did with the Jigsaw charity in Mansfield. I think losing his wife, rock and inspiration was devastating to him. He probably never recovered from that, as he died almost exactly a year to the day from his beloved wife. I saw a newspaper article in the days after his death saying he'll be remembered as a singing councillor. Well, I sincerely hope that he'll be remembered for far more than just being the singing councillor. He should be remembered for his hard work in the community and all the work he did for the charity Jigsaw, which saw him working with councillors from across the political divide to persuade them to support a charity he loved. Those are the things he should be remembered for.
Thank you, Councillor Moxon. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. Rise to pay my respects to Vaughan Hopewell and to his family, and to thank Councillor Moxon for that speech as well, which was great. And I think we all remember some of those moments from Vaughan over the recent years. He was a lovely man, all told, and a part of obviously the previous administration here, although I didn't deal with him directly in that context. Always understood that he was a fair-minded and a hard-working part of that group. It was always open to conversation and to compromise and to come and talk and to play a part. And I know that the leadership of that administration were very grateful for that support. He was always a community champion, and I think those people who live in and around Oak Tree would recognise the work that he's done. He's very visible as a local councillor, even up until recently within Oak Tree. When I went to visit Oak Tree School just before the pandemic, they told me about all the work that Councillor Hopewell had done for them around that community and trying to support a community that very often is in a great deal of need of that support. And I know they recognised and valued all of his hard work. And so I think the community within and around Mansfield will miss him in that regard. He was well thought of and, in my experience, a kind, gentle man who worked really hard for his community. And in the most recent time I met him was working with the Jigsaw charity, which Councillor Moxon mentioned, and I went to visit to talk about the work he was doing around mental health and around hoarding and a real challenge across many estates in Mansfield and across North Notts. And he was really working hard to improve that support, to bring in finance to that charity and continuing to work in that community right up until recent days and weeks. I was shocked to learn of the news of Vaughan's death, because I think for most of us who weren't directly involved with him day to day, it probably came as something of a shock. But it's amazing how often it follows that after a loved one, after a spouse passes away, then the other follows. I think Councillor Moxon's right to say I'm not sure he ever quite recovered from that in my experience of him. So a great shame, and I don't intend to speak for too long, but just really to recognise the contribution that Vaughan made to the community in Mansfield, that he made to this place when he was here, and as I say, his engagement to my knowledge and experience was positive and constructive, and he spoke warmly about his community, and he worked with this administration in a very constructive way. And to say goodbye and to recognise what his family must be going through. So our heart goes out to them, and on behalf of the administration, on behalf of the council, just to wish them well for the future and to remember Vaughan Hopewell, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to mention the trousers, but clearly he had a good sense of humour, which is good, isn't it, really? So thank you for that, Councillor Moxon. I can't say I knew Councillor Hopewell very well, but clearly those people who know him have said to me that he was a really dedicated and passionate councillor for his community, as has just been described. Really cared for his constituents, and he was immensely proud to serve his community. And the singing council pops up every time, doesn't it, really, which is kind of lovely in terms of his character. So I'm sure he'll be very much missed by his family and his friends. It sounded as if it was quite sudden, which is very difficult, isn't it? And so our heart goes out to his family and his friends, and sincere condolences to Councillor Hopewell's family and friends from the Labour Group. Thank you.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Thank you, Chairman. It's pretty sad as you get longer and longer as a member here that you spend more time making statements about people who have passed than anything else. And there's a few members where that's been really difficult. And for me, Vaughan's one. He was a really good friend, actually, of mine, and a very loyal councillor. Even as an independent, when he had huge disagreements with the previous administration, he'd made that agreement at the beginning of that term and he stayed loyal throughout. And I think that's a quality that we see very rarely in members. He was very warm-humoured. He was fiercely passionate about Oak Tree and about his charity. And I know members have spoken about the way he doted upon his wife, and that's absolutely true. I think it's a very tragic set of circumstances where Kieran, his son, where he died with him, they couldn't get an ambulance out to him fast enough, and it was an awful set of circumstances. And my heart goes out to Kieran and the family. I think it was devastating for them how it happened. And I think actually for Jigsaw and the communities around Oak Tree, it's pretty devastating as well. And let's not forget, and I know many members know Oak Tree as an area, that is not an area that independents should win. And ultimately, I'm not sure the independents won it, or Vaughan won it, because of who he was. And because he cared so much about that community that he got re-elected so many times over the last 20 years. And I think it's characters like Vaughan who didn't take themselves too seriously, who got on and worked their patch rather than trying to climb, and just cared about doing stuff for their areas. They're a really sad loss to this chamber. There's not many people like that. And so from the Independent Alliance Group and from me personally as a friend, my thoughts are really with Kieran and the rest of the family. And as soon as we know the funeral dates, I know they've only just had the death certificate, but as soon as we know the funeral dates, we'll be there in memorial with them all. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Henshaw.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me come in. Obviously, I knew Vaughan for many years, and it's quite rightly said by Jason, he did win quite a number of elections in Oak Tree. Quite a number of those elections he won when he was a member of the Labour Party. As when I was Mansfield CLP secretary, Vaughan was my able assistant secretary. So I knew him from a slightly different angle than most members. Unfortunately, he decided at some point that his political career would move in a different direction. And, you know, subsequently he became a member of the Independent Forum and the Independent. So I've always known Vaughan as a decent fella in my personal contacts with him. I knew his family. I knew that he did care about certain issues, and it's been mentioned that he had a passion for the Framework charity. It was only a few weeks ago that, a few months ago, I had a phone call from Vaughan, and we discussed the work that Framework was doing. And if members remember, I had a 3-minute constituency speech about Mansfield West and about the work that Framework was doing. And Vaughan said to me, Paul, we're really struggling at Framework. Can you possibly help us out with a contribution from your CDF fund? So subsequently, I went down and spoke to Alison and the other members. But that was a direct result of Vaughan actually lobbying me to actually go down. So in that respect, he was a man that cared about his community and did quite a lot of work. He also did quite a bit of work with the people might not, or members might not know, on Oak Tree Lane Estate there are a couple of MENCAP establishments, two houses on Sawley Drive that cater or support people with a learning disability, and Vaughan was always in contact with them and trying to support them to the best of his ability. So from my perspective, from the Labour Party's perspective that Vaughan was a member of, I would like to extend my sincere condolences to the family, and I hope people will let us know when his funeral is. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for those very kind words. I'm sure Vaughan will be very sadly missed by us and also his family and also the people he represented over the many years. I would just now like to give you a little bit of an update of what's happened to me since the last meeting. I have been invited and attended many events throughout the county since the last full council meeting. And I would like to thank the members who did come to my civic service for their support. And for those who were unable to make it, you really missed a real treat of being entertained by the Ukrainian Children's Choir. It was a lovely sight to see, and I think it brought a tear to many eyes. I also went recently to the Christ Memorial Service, which is a wonderful place to go to commemorate our fallen during the wars. And one of the nicest things I've done was yesterday when I visited the Portland College to give out awards to some of the students. And it was a very, very nice event and a very rewarding thing for me to do. Members, you may have seen, you came in, there's have a little bit of a raffle for my good cause this year. I know a lot of you are participators, so I do appreciate you all for doing that. And I will, if it all goes successful at each meeting, I'll probably bring different bottles each time for you to try and win. Thank you very much for all your support on that. Lunch today will be taken at approximately 12:30, depending how the business goes. Constituency issues. This item gives members who have previously given notice by the deadline the opportunity to speak up for 3 minutes on any particular matter relevant to their constituencies or any particular issue arising in their electoral division, which is relevant to the services provided by the County Council. This is an opportunity simply to air these issues in the council meeting. It will not give rise to a debate on the issue or a question and answer session. Members are reminded there is a maximum time limit of 15 minutes for this item on the agenda, and each member may only speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. I have 4 speeches, and I'd like to call Councillor John O'Lee for provision in Bolton and antisocial behaviour in his division.
Chairman, thank you very much. When I first became a county councillor, when I was campaigning, we noticed and realised, with speaking to the residents, that we had an increase in antisocial behaviour issue in Fernwood in particular. The residents and parents and children were telling me that they wanted a youth offer. They'd never had a youth offer before. I came here all eager and all ready to get it going, not realising how complicated it is to get things done as a county councillor. You all laugh. If it wasn't for the officers and other councillors here, Chris Barnfather in particular and Tracy, who sat me down and showed me how it works, we wouldn't be where we are. We then approached Fernwood Parish Council, told them that we thought a youth offer could be on offer. They then came forward with the money, great respecting them, putting pretty much their money where their mouth was, realising, understanding there was an issue and wanting to help. And then in partnership with Fernwood Parish Council and ourselves and officers and the District Council also put some money in, the youth offer is up and running. We've had a few teething problems, as you'd expect. We've had lots and lots of children that came forward, about 62. It was designed for 30. So we've had to change it a little bit. But I just wanted to bring this forward to the council, tell you what we're doing, tell the great work that the officers here, the parish council doing, and we're doing in partnership. And just thank you everybody that has helped make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Tracy Taylor, speeding and traffic management issues in Misterton.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise today to speak about traffic issues along the A638 Great North Road and the particular impact on 2 of my divisional villages, Torworth and Ranskill. The A638 is the main route between Retford and Bawtry for residents, commuters and visitors. It's also a main diversionary route for A1 traffic whenever that road is closed as a result of accidents or roadworks. The route comprises a patchwork of speed limits between 30 and 60 miles an hour along varying distances, with some limit changes coming in quick succession. Torworth suffers from 2 very particular challenges. It is on the main HGV route from Retford and the A1 to a multitude of industrial sites on Daneshill Road, all the way from Torworth to the heart of Lound Village. And many vehicles, particularly HGVs, use the minor roads of Graves Lane and Bork Lane as a shortcut from the A634 at Blythe, and others cut along the even narrower Billy Button Lane. Residents report damage to trees and hedges, and that HGVs regularly end up in the ditches on Daneshill Road. Also, vehicular near misses and damage to street furniture and residential properties at the Bork Lane junction. NCC offers no current route to report near misses and collate data about perceived hotspots. In Ramskill, traffic diverted away from the A631 at Bawtry during flood episodes has caused chaos on Follynook Lane and at the five-way traffic light control junction in the heart of the village. The volumes of traffic traversing this junction lead to frequent complaints about speeding and jumping the lights, with two significant accidents within 3 days of each other recently. Parish councillors at Torworth collated a report with photographic evidence to support their requests to rationalise the speed limits along the 638 and seek other mitigating measures on Daneshill Road and environmental weight limits on Bork Lane and Billy Button Lane. This report was endorsed by Ramskill Parish Council and submitted to NCC via me in early 2021. It is still under assessment. And I should also note that Bork Lane was confirmed in writing in December 2003 as one of 4 priority sites for delivery of an environmental weight limit within 2 years. So I'm asking my colleague, the Cabinet Member for Highways, for his support to have the Parish Council's requests properly assessed, to implement a 19-year-old priority project and to progress any other appropriate measures in these villages, and finally to consider creating a system for reporting near misses to better inform road safety work in hotspot areas. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Perfect timing there. Councillor David Martin, Two Counties Trust and Sports Provision in Selston.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just rewind slightly. So in 2010, the government at the time introduced academy trusts, and it has been alleged that the legislation was not particularly well scrutinised. Rolling forward to 2020, when the pandemic hit, these academy trusts, which are across Ashfield and Mansfield, closed their doors to the public use of the facilities that previously belonged to the County Council and were administrated by the County Council. As they are now all part of Academy Trust, the facilities since the pandemic have been closed off to the public. So what I've tried with the place team at the district and the county to reopen these sports facilities to the public. So unlike Councillor Lee, who's just alluded to the fact that he's tried to get a youth offer, I have a youth offer that used to have access to an outside floodlit football pitch, an indoor sports area and 4 football pitches, which the Academy Trust now have closed off. And only legislation through government will change the way that the academies are structured, because they are hiding behind the financial gains by not running them for public services. So I have antisocial behaviour on the rise, and I have a football club with 14 teams, which is 154 players, and they are struggling for winter nighttime provision, and they are struggling for football pitches because the Academy Trust in Selston has locked off 4 football pitches, an outside 3G floodlit pitch, which is literally like walking from here to the Rufford Sweep for the youth club, which has 40 visitors 5 days a week. And this has all impacted on the antisocial behaviour in Selston. The football club is a great club. It's in step 5, which is a very hard level to achieve. We talk about health and well-being and deprivation. After the pandemic, the football club is now attracting members like never before, and they have nowhere to play. And it's the same across Ashfield, because Ashfield School is the same, and the same for Manor Complex in Mansfield. So I would ask that somewhere above the place teams at district and at county, we could get this legislation looked at, because the financial accountants at the Academy Trusts are hiding like mandarins behind a wall and keeping these facilities away from the public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor John Wilmot, concerns about the County Council and its responsibilities to Hucknall North.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to talk about our town of Hucknall. Some of you members will remember me talking about the speeding cars in and around the town centre, outside of many schools and many roads used as racetracks that many people are driving, and many people are driving without due care and attention. And about the terrible fatality that took place in my constituency due to bad driving. Well, that person that caused the accident has had his court appearance and received a considerable sentence. And that is why 20's plenty on our residential roads is of prime importance in our town centres. I do hope a sensible approach to this problem will be taken, although it will not help the elderly gentleman who is sitting at home without his beloved wife. We still wait for repairs to be done on the Baker Lane Brook wall that runs through the town centre and the removal of debris from the brook. We're getting more and more people visiting the town to hear about Byron, Ada Lovelace, Eric Coates, Ben Cornt, Zacharias Green, Robin Bailey, Rolls-Royce, and many other people, all part of Hucknall's heritage. So when all visitors are coming to the town, it needs to be clean and tidy. And we move only 100 yards down the road to the Titchfield Street open space. I'm afraid it's not very open at the present time. Lying derelict, vegetation and weeds growing everywhere, a real sight to see when you walk into the town centre. I've received complaints, and please, can we have some attention to this area? I've also received complaints on the condition of the Rangers open space in Hucknall, and it's needing serious attention. And the residents of Roxdale Drive, which backs on to the Rangers, are saying that their fencing is being pushed over by overgrown trees on the site. So we would be most appreciative if that area could be attended to. And now, the housing development on Topwiggy Farm. Although in Gedlin, all the people living there will be using Hucknall's infrastructure. So the people of Hucknall are asking, quite rightly, will some of the many millions of pounds that the County Council are receiving for the sale of the land be coming into Hucknall to pay for the extra resources that we will need to accommodate the many people from the area that will be using our facilities? And finally, Chairman, thank you, I will finish with the roads. Although there has been, and I thank the member on the roads, there's been a number of repairs done in the last few weeks, but there's much more still to be done. And you all know that I will be keeping my eye on this situation. Thank you.
Microphone on, sorry. May I remind members there is a 1-minute time limit for the presentation of each petition, and there is a maximum time limit of 15 minutes for this item. Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Chairman. I wish to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Langercombe-Barnston in my division. There is a very dangerous crossroads at the brow of a hill where there is considerable increasing HGV traffic serving the industrial estate at Langer Airfield, which has to compete with children on their way to school. So their petition is asking for a light controlled pedestrian crossing in order to help keep the children safe. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm here today to present a petition on behalf of 372 residents in Edwalton for a crossing on Landmere Lane. Landmere Lane has had a significant amount of development, both retail and leisure, and office blocks all the way down to the very bottom to the garden centre, and there is no safe place to cross the road entirely. On one side, you've got a large housing development of over 2,000 homes, and so all those residents feel they can cross the road safely, so all have to drive or not go across there at all. So this petition is to ask for the council to look at putting a crossing in place. I always spoke to officers who have agreed to can't do a survey, but the residents still want to put this petition in to show the strength of feeling in the area. Thank you.
Can I ask that the Council to resolve that the petitions be referred to the appropriate Cabinet members for consideration and a report will be brought back to the Council in due course in accordance with standing orders? We now come to a motion of congratulations to Nottingham Forest Football Club. I would like to call upon Councillor Ben Bradley MP, who will move the recommendations in this report.
Thank you, Chairman. What a pleasure. As a Forest fan since my childhood, which I think probably came from my late granddad who grew up in Radford, couldn't have come from anywhere else because I was the only Forest fan in my Derby school. So I've been through some trials and tribulations in my support over the years. But as a Forest fan, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to stand in the chamber on behalf of the council, on behalf of the residents of the county. Don't panic, Nigel. I can see your face already. Bless you. To everyone in the county, to offer congratulations to the club on its return to the Premier League. Indeed. I was lucky enough to be there at Wembley for the final. I can honestly say I've never experienced an atmosphere like that in all of my years of football. It wasn't the best game, in truth, was it? But what an incredible occasion, an incredible achievement to finally return to the Premier League for the first time in 23 years. I was 8 years old when Forest were last in the Premier League. To be fair, it wasn't even that much fun at the time. My first recollection of attending a game at the City Ground was we lost 5-1 to Blackburn in 1996, which wasn't great, I have to say. I think we managed to lose to Derby in the same season, which may have been my second game. Wasn't that fun at the time. To move on from that, and of course through the period of all of that, I'll go through every game I've ever been to. Through that intervening period, we've been to some pretty exotic places like Yeovil and Carlisle and Hartlepool. We've had some great times. But all of that struggle and that frustration, I think, for fans only makes it so much sweeter that we're now able to say that we are a Premier League club and we're back amongst the big boys of English football. Because, of course, the club's history and heritage is famous and, for a while at least, glorious. Brian Clough took a small local team from the second division to double European Cups, and it's testament to the approach and the respect of the club today that many of the legends of that time are still there. The Frank Clarks, the Dave Robertsons, the John McGoverns are still part of the club and still support and work for that cause. Well, before my time, of course, but it's that magic and that story that makes Forest, I think, everyone's, aside from its own fans, second favourite team around the country. We look at that playoff race, the amount of people that I spoke to from other places who desperately wanted Forest to get there. Bournemouth and some of those, Luton Town don't quite have the same history and heritage. Sorry, Reg. I should stop naming people. The fact that the team who have achieved this incredible success for the club and for the city and for the wider area contains players who are quite literally one of our own, the likes of Joe Worrell, Ryan Yates, Brennan Johnson, those guys who were born and raised and came through the academy and uniquely understand so very deeply and personally how important this is to the community, to the area and to the whole county. It's also testament, I think, to the way that the club handles itself and to the way that it supports that local talent in our community. As I know we've got Graham Moran here from Forest Football in the community, and I know no doubt you would want, welcome Graham, you would want us to talk about that bit of work, that the club does across the community through sport, but supporting people with all sorts of social and health and other issues in a way that in many ways is more powerful than the football. But it is in many ways an absolutely fantastic club. I was also lucky enough to be in the marketplace for the celebration when they came back after Wembley on the Monday. Another incredible experience and a unique one. And both management players from around the club have told me since that it is a memory that they will keep and cherish forever. I think perhaps for some of them the first time it really hit home when they realised what this meant to the whole community to see 40,000 people celebrate like that in the market. And again, harks back to that period in the 70s and 80s with the European Cup on that same balcony that takes you back a long time. Not that I was there for that one. So incredible, really. And looking ahead, of course, the excitement's building already. I'm half expecting Councillor Adams to kick us off with Mull of Kintyre at any point. Step up. Let's not. And we're watching the news and reading the rumours and about all the comings and goings and sweet relief that it's in football rather than in Parliament, and that is a beautiful thing to be able to switch off and have a look at. I must confess I am a proper geek, Mr. Chairman. I enjoy the transfer window, I think, just as much as the season itself. I have a proud history of leading Forest to victory on many a season of Football Manager. Very seasoned and experienced knowledge, an in-depth knowledge of the club. So if you ever, when Steve goes, if you're looking, Graham, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. But it looks ambitious so far. It's exciting. And perhaps particularly Dean Henderson, I think should be England, or could have been England's number one if injuries and bad luck hadn't come at those unfortunate times. So that's really, really exciting. And I can't wait to see United and City and Liverpool back at the City Ground. I'm going to keep talking, boys, for a long time. Of course, with my work hat on, Mr. Chairman, I have to mention the economy and the wider impact. Of course, the Premier League is just about the world's biggest shop window. It brings cameras and visitors and money to our county and city. It's worth many, many millions to our local economy. It puts Nottinghamshire very firmly in the shop window to billions of people every single week. And for that, Mr. Chairman, whether you're a football fan or not, I think we should all be really pleased and proud and grateful to the club and the hard work of everybody there, because that transcends football. That's a boost for our whole community and even for our investment, our growth and our public services and everything else with the funding that it brings. So congratulations to Nottingham Forest, Graham, to yourself, to Chairman Nick Randall, Chief Executive Dame Murphy, the staff throughout the club, from the shop to the ground staff, to the physios and everybody who is involved, because these things are always such a huge team effort all the way through the organisation. Congratulations to the owners, of course, who have stuck with the club and invested in it through some tough times. And, of course, the players who have done all of us proud. And to the incredible Steve Cooper, who turned the season around and has worked miracles from being bottom of the league back in September. I think he's perhaps the biggest secret weapon that we've got as we go into a new Premier League season. So I've probably talked for long enough. I think you have, Jim. No, I think that's enough. We'll carry on. I encourage everybody to speak to this particular motion. But to say, I think certainly I, and I imagine many of us are incredibly excited to see what happens over the next 9 to 12 months. So huge congratulations and thank you and well done to everybody involved in Nottingham Forest. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. I've been a season ticket holder for over 40 years. I can remember when they were last in the Premiership. So, yeah. Councillor Bruce Lawton, to second the motion, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm standing to second the motion. I count myself as a part-time supporter. I only turn up to games when I can get a free ticket. I know how bad that is, but and that's not, and that's from ethical sources, so to speak. But the yeah, my uncle for many years used to have a box at Forest in the 80s, and so he used to invite me on a regular basis, and I can have a lasting memory of watching Duncan McKenzie run down the left wing and destroy Man City in the FA Cup. That was one of my real memories, watching Forest very early on. So Ben has really covered most of what I wanted to say, but at the end of the day, it is the value to the people of Nottinghamshire where the real positive of what their achievements have been. The increase in revenue that is going to be brought into this community is going to be enormous, and that is going to be a real positive for our residents, and this is one of the main reasons why it is very important that this council goes through this process today, and thanks Nottingham Forest for the work they have done on behalf of our residents as well, because it will bring in people from all over the country. I do watch it. I mean, and I was really overwhelmed by the events at City Hall. And I just recount one memory, really, I have of that day. I was watching the crowd outside the window, looking over the top, bearing in mind both my daughters are rabid Forest supporters and have followed them literally since they followed football. John McGovern is sat with his wife having a chat, having just looked out the window and enjoyed the view of all these people celebrating the success of this exceptional football club. And I was on the phone. I'd done a load of selfies with the players and sent them to Ellie, and Ellie was using them as collateral with her friends. And then I was on the phone to her saying explaining what I was seeing. And John McGovern turned round and he said, "Would you like me to have a word with her?" And he just picked the phone up and started having a word. And he said, "Hello, Ellie, this is John McGovern here." And that is the nature of the club. The club is a friendly, family-run organisation which has its roots in the community, and that just tells you what they're all about. And Ellie was absolutely made up on the fact that John McGovern could spend his time, his precious time, to speak to a supporter on the other end of the phone and ask her what she was doing and have time with her was really positive, and just sent a message, a very clear message, what Nottingham Forest Football Club is all about. So I will finish by wishing them every success this next season. They deserve it, and let's hope they are in this league for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. I've had a few members who have indicated to speak. I will start with Councillor David Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Of course, I agree with both your speeches. You can tell the Forest fans in the room because they're all still grinning from ear to ear. Right, and Forest has been in my family for 3 generations now. My grandparents from Southall used to travel down to Nottingham Forest and play for Westthorpe Rangers. And as I alluded to in my constituency speech earlier, football clubs around the county, young football clubs, that's where the spotters go, and that's where the talent comes from. So when we talk about the Two Counties Trust closing football pitches down, Selston Football Club and Bagthorpe particularly has supplied players in the past. And of course we all go to the Joseph Whittaker Forest Academy School, which is just up in Blydydd. So it's an integral part of rural life, being a football fan, and I am old enough to remember being in the Premier League last time, and I do have season tickets from 78, 79 and 80. So, you know, for me, it's an absolutely magical thing. Being at Wembley and walking down Wembley Way with Forest fans and coming on the train was just a day I'll never forget. It was just awesome. Forest fans were still in the stadium 45 minutes after, Keith. They were still in the stadium 45 minutes after the game had finished, and you just couldn't get them out. They just could not believe what was happening. And I was at Stoke when Chris Hughton left, you know, and it was a tragic end. But it was the beginning of something absolutely magical. And I think if Steve Cooper had been there at the beginning, we'd have gone through without going to the playoffs. But we're getting into technicalities now. So the economy drive for not only for the city itself, but for all over, because Forest are now up in the away membership to 5,000. That's upsetting my friends who are Liverpool fans and can't get a ticket to get in there. That's quite funny for me, because Liverpool were our rivals back in the day, and they're about to be again. So it's quite funny. And, of course, not forgetting Man City, Mr Hennigan up there. We're in that league, and the actual relevance of the revenue that it will bring into Nottingham is just incredible. And I think this will be the first of many seasons, and I'm watching the transfer windows on an hourly basis then. So that's it. So, yeah. So I welcome this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Mike Pringle.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, just to reiterate, huge congratulations to the Forest team. They're an exemplar footballing team who shone as they move forward and towards the success that they've had. More than capable of being in the Premiership. So congratulations, completely deserved. I just asking members to have a little bit of imagination now, because if we just go back from today's Nottingham Forest, I had the pleasure of being taken from Sheffield United to play for Brian Clough on an autumnal Sunday morning. And at that time, I was carrying a little bit less weight than I was now, and I had much longer hair that went well down my back. Yeah, please, just keep that in your mind. As the training session finished, I came out of the changing rooms, and Mr. Clough was talking to the then youth manager of Sheffield United, Steve. He called me over, young man. He said, get your hair cut. He says, you'll never play for me ever. So he had great perception, you know what I mean? I can't fault him for that. Look how successful I've been in being here. So he recognised my ability immediately. You know, I was at the marketplace with so many hundreds and hundreds of others. And as Ben said, the atmosphere was incredible. It was, there was a boost around Nottingham over that time that still yet, when it's mentioned, hasn't gone away. That is success. That is what Steve's brought to this club and to this county, definitely. There's no question about that. And again, the revenue from that, we all, you know, it's difficult to chase funding, but when funding will come because of somebody else's efforts, it's fantastic, because there'll be shopkeepers, there'll be manufacturers, there'll be everybody that can recoup something from the success of Forest. And long may that last, long may that continue. However, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Magpies. You know, both teams now in the Premiership, having both managers that, I'm talking about Newcastle United now, is that what we're talking about? Both teams who have managers that have the dressing room and have the support of the players and the respect of the players. And thankfully, we managed just to scrape up and stay up, and you guys will be joining us for the first game of next season. So I'd like to wish you well, but I won't. What I will do is, again, completely applaud Nottingham Forest for their success, but I will like to mention to members and wish well, as I'm sure we all do, the ladies, our home ladies, for the European Ladies Championship, which is happening at the minute, and we have all 4 relative countries in that, so we wish them well as well. So congratulations to Forest. I hope your first game goes really bad, so please pass that on to all of us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Probably you went for a retrial, you'll pass the haircut test now. Yeah. Councillor Allen. Pauline Allen.
Right. You could do this for hours and hours and hours, but I'll try and just pin it down to a few memories I have. I first saw Forest 66 years ago, so you could count on your fingers. I could stand and I wasn't a baby. So a long, long time ago, where a boyfriend hitchhiked to Derbyshire to fetch me and said, I've come to fetch you to watch Forest. Boxing Day, Sheffield Wednesday, and we won 5-3, I think. Someone might pick me up and say it was 5-2. And Stuart Imlach got the goals. So that's how far back my memory goes. And of course, I'm very fortunate to have had the good years of League Cups, not FA Cups, I'm afraid, and European Cups, all sorts of things. Players like Colin Moore, who just got the ball and you just sat and relaxed and thought he's going to score in the next 2 minutes, which he usually did. So lots of memories there, and I couldn't not let this item go past without standing up. But I'll try and keep it to very few moments. David Pleat, most people won't know who he is, got me my FA Cup final ticket when there was scare. Hen's teeth has got nothing on this. and he got me my ticket, and he was currently apprentice for Forest, and I was his form prefect. Good, has some good things there. I met my gang at the bus station 3 days before the cup final and said to them, I had a dream last night. Roy Dwight broke his leg and we won 2-1. And thereafter, I was regarded as something close to being a witch, since it all came to pass. But that's the strength of it. We were even dreaming about Forest in those days. That is only 66 years ago, 64 years ago. And I could go on for about as long as that would take to the present day. I'm so pleased, so proud, and so chuffed that my family perhaps have the opportunity of getting the same sort of memories as I've got, which will never leave me and live forever.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I know my father went to that cup final as well, back in the late 50s, yes. Councillor John O'Lee.
Chairman, thank you very much. I'm a Bolton Wanderers fan. Please don't hold it against me. I've been a Bolton fan since I was 8 years old, when my dad took me to my first game. So why am I standing up and talking about Forest? So when I was injured, as you all know, 'cause I talk about it a lot, I received a card from Bolton Wanderers saying, hope you get well. I didn't know who Forest was at the time. I had no idea who they were really. And I was in a hospital and I got this card from my football club that I love with all my heart. And then Forest, a club that never really knew me, they didn't know who I was, they knew I was from Newark. I didn't support them, they knew I didn't support them. Sent me a beautiful letter. They sent me VIP tickets to go and watch a match whenever I was able to. When I went there, I took a friend with me, they looked after us all day, and they knew I wasn't a fan, and they looked after me and made me feel really special for a football club I didn't support. And ever since then, I love that club. And what has made me love them even more is the work we've seen, me and Keith in particular, that they do with the veterans and the veterans community, and the work they do bringing people together. We went to the Arboretum with the football club through partnership with the County Council, and the great community work. So I do wish them all the best. I hope they go on and win many, many trophies. But please, next time you play Bolton, just be kind on us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to come at it slightly differently. I was very privileged to be at Wembley, along with Jonathan, with the real supporters like you were, Chairman. So it was a very, very nice day indeed. Not having digging him, of course I'm not. But Graham, thank you for all you do and all the community trust does. Without you guys, grassroots football would not be where it is today. So I'm going a slightly different angle. I'm also very privileged to have the academy in my division. In fact, I'm actually going to see Alan Bexon tomorrow morning to see the great work the academy's done. This is the future of Nottingham Forest, the academy. That's where the youngsters come through. More and more are going to come through. I know you've got great plans at the academy. Luckily for me, it's a 10-minute walk from my front door, so I should be there tomorrow morning talking to Alan. So I'm delighted about that. Yes, great memories, as you said, Chairman, of the day itself and the Market Square the day after. And John was there with me at Wembley. So I'm going to end now because there are a lot of speakers come and say, thank you, Forest, for all you've done. And thank you, Graham, for all the community trust is doing as well. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Paul Henshaw.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. Obviously, as a platinum season ticket holder at Manchester United, I had to get that one in. Nevertheless, I wish Forest all the best in the coming season, and I thank them for the work that they do in the community. It's been mentioned, the work that they do with veterans, particularly the work they do with schools in and around Nottingham through their community trust. Valuable work that I think more than likely all Premier League and League clubs now actually participate in the local community, because they see that they have a responsibility to the people, to the fans, and to the communities. And the work that they all do is valuable. Because we often talk about the division that football brings, but football does bring a lot of unity, and it does unite communities, and it does have a lot of benefits. Undoubtedly, I'm looking forward to the December the 26th when United will be playing Forest at home. And how we playing at the moment, I'm not too sure whether or not I could forecast the result of that match. You never know, though. I actually was there in the 1998-99 season when we actually beat Forest 8-1 at Old Trafford. That was a fantastic night. But this is the thing that football brings to people. People get passionate about it. They support a team for whatever reason. I'm a United fan because my dad used to be a United fan, and I sort of grew up with it. Sort of dropped into that thing. In fact, one recollection of Brian Clough was when he came to Mansfield during, I forget which election campaign it was, because Brian was a big Labour supporter. And he came over to the bar, and my dad stood at the bar, and Brian just looked at him like this, as if to say, "Are you going to get your hand in your pocket then and get me off?" Because he got no money. So my dad got his hand in his pocket and says, "Well, you must be able to say, one, a Man United fan's bought you half, and a pensioner's bought you half as well." But Brian, I mean, a legend, but there we go. I'm glad that Councillor Bradley actually supports a team that plays in red. I hope that's not an indication of where he's going in the future. You know, things happen, and I mean, I know that there might have been a problem when United might have got to play Mansfield in the FA Cup final, and somebody said to me, "Who are you going to support then?" So I said, "Well, I'm going to support the team that name begins with M." So anyway, all I can do is wish Forest all the best for the ensuing season, and thanks for all the work you do in the community, and I hope things go well for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Renshaw. I'm not sure we're ready for this. Councillor Keith Gurley.
Thank you, Chairman. Clearly, I'm thrilled. But actually I am, because my Auntie Beryl and Uncle Ted were marshals down there into the late 80s. They're nearly 90-year-old. Unfortunately, Uncle Ted isn't with us now to see that Forest are in the Premier League, but my Auntie Beryl's still alive, and I know, because I've had the text messages telling me how thrilled she is about them getting promoted. My family were all magpies, the proper magpies, the first magpies, you know, the one that's been around longer than Newcastle. But yeah, I mean, clearly our wheelbarrow's lost its wheel, hasn't it? So unfortunately, we came very close to getting into the playoffs this season, but didn't quite make it. But actually, from an economic development point of view, then I'm going to use that as an angle to be thrilled. And some people have mentioned the fact that actually the benefits that it's going to bring in is phenomenal. And it's not just about the money, really. It is the feel. I think somebody mentioned the feel about Nottinghamshire at the moment, the feel about in the city, about, you know, the expectations, and they've got hope now. You know, there's hope for Forest to do well and for Forest to keep in the Premiership. And I truly do hope they get there and they stay there for a very long time, because it's, you know, the reality is it is good for us. Yeah, and Councillor Lee mentioned the work with veterans, and they do great work with veterans. We've done a couple of trips down to the Arboretum now, the memorial, where they've been fantastic and really looked after veterans and made them feel valued, really, and that always goes a long way, and to help them through what they're going through. I'll just leave you with one last thought, if I may, Chairman, because if they'd have selected me when I went for trials at Forest, maybe they'd been in the Premiership a lot quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. Probably you and Councillor Pringle together would make a great attack, yeah. Councillor Michael Adams.
Thank you, Chairman. Come no surprise to any of you that I am a Forest fan. I apologise for the singing earlier. Yeah, it was Forest this year has been incredible for so many reasons. You know, we've all had the joy of visiting some matches. I took my son to his very first Forest match this year. It happened to be against Fulham at the very start of the season, and he was wondering when we were going to ever score. I think it went on for, I think we got beat. Well, luckily no, because things got a lot better, Keith. But yeah, so, you know, we were there for that drubbing. But I think it was good for him to see football like that, because football is up and down. It can one day make you incredibly joyous. It can one day make you incredibly sad. But I am very happy to be here today to talk about this moment, because Nottingham Forest is this city. In my case, yeah, you're right, actually, because my wife's had a season ticket from the age of 5 and only gave it up when she was 21. She knows she's a bigger football fan than me by an absolute country mile, even though I feel like I am a big football fan myself. So it was great, actually, to share this experience this time with my younger family. I never find it easy to talk about them, so you're going to have to give me a second. They got really into it this year. My son is now playing football for a football team and loving any minute of it. My daughter is also doing the same. They are both going to the Forest camp in summer. And although we didn't get to see many live games, I think we got to see 5 in the end. We watched a lot of them on television. It reminded me quite a lot of the lockdown period where we were all together for that time. So this year has been great to spend more time with them, doing something we enjoy together, and celebrating and commiserating with each other as well. I think it's a phenomenal achievement for this fantastic team. As Councillor Bradley rightly pointed out, the fact that we have so many players in this team from Nottingham, it makes it feel all the more real. I also have a very strong Welsh connection in my family as well, which helps me also feel quite connected with Steve Cooper and Brennan. And hopefully Nico Williams is knocking on the door, as I understand, right now, I believe. Any additional information would be helpful. But yeah, so I just want to finish this speech with a small mention of James Hooton. Many of you don't know who James Hooton was. He played Sam Dingle in Emmerdale, and I'd like to finish this speech in the very same way. You Reds! Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Eric Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think those that know me well might be a little surprised that I'm rising to join in the congratulations to, I better say it, Nottingham Forest Football Club for the success they've had this season, and hopefully the future success they have and what that will bring to Nottingham and the city. Fantastic. I do go back a long way with this. So my Uncle Ken was on the committee of 100 that there used to be many, many, many years ago when it was a proper club rather than a business. And so I was seen to be rather strange that I didn't follow in the footsteps and follow the red and white. And there's a little story about that. When I was a very young kid, 8, 9, whatever, my dad was a bus conductor and often worked on Saturdays, so he couldn't take me to Meadow Lane. So I used to go with my friend around the corner, his dad, and then they were both season ticket holders, and we'd go in the main stand area. In those days, they had a big wall and the steps went down, and we used to have a milk crate, and I'd look over the steps and whatever for a few games. And my memory from those times, when I was very young, was a player called Flip Le Flem, who really was a winger, skillful person, fast, and a lot of the game I played as a kid was based on him and his style of play. Further along, I know some friends who were Forest fans. Always difficult being an Ots fan because you're often on your own in a group and all that, terrible. So I went to both European Cup finals. I went to the Olympic Stadium and I went to the Bernabeu with my black and white scarf and my Forest friends. They were quite happy with me to do that and enjoyed it. In fact, we even met John Robertson at the Sheraton Hotel in Madrid after the game, about 3 in the morning, when we'd all had a few pints. So, congratulations. But there's an extra bit to this story. So, what I would like Nottingham Forest to do is to understand the help that Notts County have given them in getting there. David Needham and Ryan Yates. We took Ryan Yates, who's been an inexperienced kid, taught him how to play, and look at where he is now. So there's also somebody else in the room that has Notts County experience, Mr. Moran. And you've taken that, the skills you learned at Notts County to help Nottingham Forest prosper and progress. So my plea is, continue to use Notts County as part of your development programme. Send us some good young players. Remember, we had Jack Grealish play for us. Callum McGregor in recent years played for us. So we know how to make players better. Please, that message is, we congratulate you and we can help you. Thank you.
And we need them, yes. Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Councillor John Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, congratulations to Forest. I've been very lucky in supporting the right club all my life, and it started at a very young age. And I think I sort of fit Councillor Allen and Councillor Kerry's early years of being a supporter. Well, certainly mine of Forest. I do apologise for yourself, but you know. My great uncle was chairman at Notts County in the 50s, and of course I was born in the 50s, but he realised that Notts County weren't quite the club for him to be the chairman of. He fell out with the board, he left, and then he went to that place just across the river. And in 1959 he was president of Nottingham Forest when they played in the FA Cup final. Although sadly he had a stroke 2 weeks before. He knew Forest won, but didn't survive the stroke he had. One of the things that he brought into Nottingham Forest was a cup called the Cotty Cup, where the schools played for a place at the final, which took place at Nottingham Forest ground. And my dad was invited year on year to go and present the trophy, and he dragged me along. And I was lucky enough to go through all my childhood, ended up working at the ground actually on setting up the turnstile bags for the staff when they came in. And then I actually went and ran a turnstile myself in my younger times. And in those days you would take £4,000 or £5,000 on a £49,000 turnstile ground rather, that brought in all that money for the game. And then guess what you did with it after you'd taken it was put it in a red bag and then carry it round the ground and take it into the office. You wouldn't do that these days, and obviously mainly because of cards, but cash, you know, it was totally different. I was lucky enough to go to all the finals except this last one. But my focus has gone on from that with working with the Football Foundation, the FA, for Nottinghamshire, and my local club, which is Keyworth United, which I've been passionate about over the years. Graham and I have met up 1 or 2 times, and I appreciate the work he does and the fact that he does support the club, that the place that I worked for 10 years, that's the play at Weissel. So it's very nice of you to frequent that as well. But all I wanted to say is my wife's known me grumpy for 23 years, and I'm just wondering why she's stuck with me. And at the start of this season, my daughter was badgering me to get a season ticket. And I said to her after 7 games, I'm glad I didn't buy them. Well, I regret it now. But I have to say, one thing I've always loved about Nottingham Forest is when they play well, what a fantastic game they play. And some of the matches that, 1 or 2 this season that I've managed to see, I've really enjoyed. So I'm looking forward to next season. And thank you to everybody at the club for what you do for young players young people and the way it moves forward with a club that has a fantastic bond of supporters. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cotty, for those very interesting anecdotes, actually, of your association with Forest. It was very good, yeah. And you did miss a very good day out at Wembley, too. Councillor Penny-Gowland.
So I feel really embarrassed standing up here talking about football because I can't pretend to be a football fan, but the City Ground is in my division. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the people who aren't football fans and who can confirm that Forest's performance brings joy to everybody, even people who aren't fans, even if there is a bit of complaining about the traffic, because we can hear the buzz, we can hear the cheers, we can hear the singing of Mullin Kintyre from our gardens and our roads. And it really does bring a buzz and a joy to the area. I'd also like to acknowledge how embedded that Forest is in the local community. And also, I know how much the whole event last month, how much the success last month brought the whole community together. A wide range of people were really engaged and in the market square for the celebrations. So congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Councillor Francis Pure-Harden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been asked to convey thanks and congratulations from those supporters who live overseas. I have to confess I'm not as authentic a fan as David Martin or Councillor Hollis or Councillor Kerry or Councillor Cotty. But I do give the pretense to some members of my wider family abroad that I am personal drinking pal with Ian Story Moore, who also lives in Bingham. Mr. Chairman, my cousin's father used to work in Raleigh in the 60s. They lived in Carlton. On Garden City, just off Cavendish. And we used to play football where now Carlton Tesco receives its goods around the back. They moved over to Ireland in 73. They went back home with my mother's sister. But they always continued their fanship of Nottingham Forest as kids. And followed, you know, its successes and matches very closely. And my cousins passed on that love of Forest to their children in their 20s these days. And they have gone one beyond my cousins because a few of them religiously, very, very regularly catch the bus, the 1 a.m., 2 a.m. bus from Waterford up to Dublin Airport. And for your benefit, Reg, the bus is not first class and it chooses the rocky road to Dublin. So by the time they get to Dublin Airport, they're all black and blue. Just to go to a football match, Mr. Chairman. I was lucky enough to join my cousin and his sons at some of the matches towards the end of the season. And it has fascinated me how many people around the world, when I've looked upon Twitter and social media, how many people around the world have a special place in their hearts for Forest. Mr. Chairman, we come into politics to change things for the better. But I suspect very few people, perhaps pop stars, very few people probably have such an effect on our young people as football stars. And I know the youngsters in Ireland are obsessed with football and obsessed with British Premiership football in particular. John O'Shea came from Waterford, and of course a lot of people in Waterford support Man United, My cousin's sons have been over to Old Trafford, somewhere I've never been to. But I just wanted to pass on the sheer delight on their faces that I could clearly experience, and it was a pleasure. And to watch what Steve Cooper has done for this city, for this region, is absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Francis. Yeah, there were many people down at Wembley from all over the world, actually, and a lot of them with in the Sheffield end, because they managed to get tickets because they hadn't got the postcode NG14, so it's quite interesting. I've got indicated 2 more speakers. If anybody else like to speak, please indicate. And I'd like to call upon John Clark, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Sitting from the opposition benches or standing, and opposition on football as a lifelong Derby fan. We're running our club like you're running this country. But I do offer this, and I would sincerely this, because I used to watch them alternately with my wife till we gave up in the end, I think, going from one, the old baseball ground to City ground and backwards and forwards. I do think it's so important for us, but I want to sort of put some things in. Ben, if we can get involved with, the football in the community, this club, the clubs surrounding us, the clubs across up and down the country do some excellent work, working with young people, working with disadvantaged and people like that. We've got a tremendous track record as Nottingham Forest doing this, and I think we should work. I don't know which cabinet member would take that up, but I think to see if we can do some more. I do have some concerns with the coming season. One is for Neil to get that damn bridge repaired, because I probably could bring a gang of brickies in that could brick it overhand. There's one way of getting that road open. Because it's not actually on the bridge. And the other, of course, can't talk about bridges without having an extra bridge, can we? So I've got to get another plug, Ben, for that, as we were talking last week, for another bridge across. Because it is that infrastructure. It's a cracking ground. The pitch is brilliant, and I love it when I go there. See a good quality, whoever the grounds person is at the moment. But I do think we are going to have a problem, because we have some huge crowds, and somehow we've got to make sure that we do our bit, along with the City Council, that make the traffic into and the people in the passage that gives them a good feel, not only about going to a football game, but also about how they access the ground, how they come away from it. And again, it is an appeal. I know we have all this banter, and it's great banter, but sometimes there's a lot of aggression in football at the moment. We saw that last season when people were running on the pitches and doing silly things. There's banter, and there's real aggression. I think we need to do what we can do from our side as the County Council, is to try and help Nottingham Forest to become one of the top clubs in Europe. And hopefully someday my lot might get up the pyramid and come and join you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor John Wilmot.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Chairman. Yeah, congratulations to Nottingham Forest Football Club. In 1960, I was playing in the Notts Youth League, and I played in a match and scored 10 goals. And the following morning, I had Nottingham Forest youth manager, Frank Knight, actually ring me up and say, would you come for a trial? Anyway, I went for a trial. I didn't get anywhere, but a few weeks later, Mansfield Town came for me, and I was taken on by them at the time. But as I say, Graham Moran, I remember Graham from a few years ago, because he started at Notts County, and he was brilliant then, and I know he's brilliant now. And I can say to him that youngsters today are our blood. And we should be making more chances for youngsters to be playing soccer, and even professionally. I'm not getting, making sure that we get a lot of English-bred soccer people, because it's fantastic that the chances now that they are, and I would love to see more of our youngsters in our cities, in our town, and so forth, playing soccer for Nottingham Forest and other teams as well, because we've got, don't forget, it is Nottinghamshire, we've got Notts County, and we've got Mansfield Town, and good luck to them also, because if they're all top of the leagues and doing well, the prosperity of the town of Nottinghamshire would improve greatly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you, Chairman, very much indeed. And I add my congratulations to Nottingham Forest for a fantastic achievement as well. And there's already been mentioned the economic benefits, which will be immense to both the local area and the wider Nottinghamshire area as well. But I just want to quickly mention another aspect, which hasn't really been mentioned, although Councillor Clark briefly touched on it, aggression. But in terms of community spirit, what I think this has really shown, normally football fans, they get a bad press in general. But this has shown that it's a happy event. I was at the council house accompanying the Mayor of Rushcliffe, saw those 40,000 fans in the market square, all cheering, all happy, and it was a great event. And it just shows that you can have a large crowd all being happy. And checking with the police afterwards, they reported there was not one single incident of either aggression, antisocial behaviour, conflict of any sort. Everybody was extremely happy. So I just hope that that continued spirit can continue and that all the fans can remain happy as they cheer Forest to further success. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Glyn Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations to the club. I think it's brilliant that we've now got a team in the Premiership. I think a county this size and a city this size should have at least one team in that league. I'm not a football fan in any way, shape or form in reality. I mean, my family they all support Sheffield Wednesday because we come from the north of the county. So it's all Sheffield Wednesday, not even Sheffield United. But I have had a working relationship with the Forest, and in particular with the work that they've done on Show Racism the Red Card. And they've pioneered that, and I think that shouldn't go unrecognised today when we congratulate them on achieving the result and getting in the Premiership, but the work that they do on that. Also, the work with children. I've had the opportunity to take a number of school groups from the north of the county to have a look round, go to the trophy room, pick the European Cup up and, really enjoy it. And they've really made those kids very welcome. And that some of them would never have the opportunity to come here into Nottinghamshire, to Nottingham itself, and then go to the club. But we managed to do that. And I hope that you continue with that work as well. And obviously some of the times when you put on the cheap tickets and everything like that to encourage young people to have another outlet as opposed to, what sometimes they can get up to. So from my point of view, welcome all the work that you do with the veterans, with the young people, and I sort of agree with my colleague, Ben, if we can look at what more work we can do with the academy, and also with showing racism the red card, because that's still a very important topical issue. So thank you for the club, and onwards and upwards.
Thank you, Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Tom Hollis.
Thank you. I think I'd get struck down by Councillor Martin if I didn't speak. So, well, no, I think members will be aware that I've been a Forest fan all my life, Mansfield fan as well. Had a season ticket at both for a short time, and had to decide which one I was going to relinquish. It was a tough decision, but luckily Nottingham Forest do keep the ball on the ground a lot more than Mansfield. But no, obviously great local clubs certainly bring a lot to the economy. And I think all members here will know that there is some quite tough debates, and I think recently I think it's become a little bit more personal than it should be. But one of the things that does all bring us together is sport and football particularly. And we are very blessed to have a number of good sporting facilities locally. Nottingham Forest being the main one, and of course the cricket. And some of the events that we've been getting at Trent Bridge, and now we're soon to be getting at the City Ground there, is just so exciting for the economy. But I think as the County Council, we need to bear in mind that while I'm extremely excited, having gone to my first game, I think maybe when I was 3 or 4, I've been to every home game this season.
like every Forest fan, I know me and Dave spoke about this, we're going to miss going to Blackpool away. You know, that's probably the only downside to be promoted. So I'm praying for them to get into the Premier League next year. But we also need to make sure we work together as the club and as the county to make sure that we get the best out of it. And I think colleagues from Rushcliffe won't mind me mentioning some of the tough things they've had with the new planning application. Mr. Ianakis and Steve Cooper are very passionate about the club, and I actually find them very genuine individuals. You know, I've met Steve on more than a couple of dozen occasions, and he always takes the time, whether I'm there with my young family relatives who've been on the pitch, various things, or Mr. Ianakis, who does love talking about the economy in Nottinghamshire. But one thing that does concern me is the lack of enthusiasm for wanting to contribute to 106 arrangements. And while I appreciate that you might wine and dine our council leader and various other members in here, which, you know, taking the politics out, it's nice that we're doing that, but that doesn't excuse for making sure we contribute. And I think the tough thing about how our local government arrangements are made up is most of the economic benefit will be felt in the city, not the county. So I would like to see some fair contributions put forward when it does come to make sure Rushcliffe and the county do get its fair share of the success that the Forest are going to be doing. But on a personal note, I'm extremely excited to be travelling around. Going to try and secure as many away tickets as possible, and any that I can't, I'm hoping Dave Martin I can tag along to his son seems to have a knack at getting away tickets to every ground. But no, it's certainly going to be exciting, and hopefully, I mean, particularly going back to it, the stadium plans. I know we've now got approval from the Premier League to compete with just the three stadia. I really hope those plans go forward and make it a really fantastic facility like it should be, and you can count on everybody's support, I believe, in here to push that forward. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. There's no other members indicated to speak. The seconder has already spoken, so I call upon the move of the motion for their right to reply. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't think of a better way to have spent an hour this morning. I've enjoyed that. And I think it's worth just touching on, as some other people have said in closing, football means a lot to many of our communities. Notts County was so close this year, and it was a shame. And when all three teams were in the playoffs across the county, I said, God, I hope at the very least that means somebody will get promoted. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if all three had managed it? But Notts County came so close. Mansfield Town have had an incredible season in many ways, similarly second bottom in the league in September, and gone back into the playoffs, and the Radfords and Nigel Clough and others deserve a lot of credit there despite the disappointment at Wembley. But it just goes to show how much football means to so many people. I wanted to just end, Mr. Chairman, with one anecdote finally. My youngest is 8 years old, and he really got into football last summer with the Euros, and he watched England, and he had never really been interested before. He was never that bothered, but that really excited him, and it really got him engaged in football. And fortunately, this season has been the first time where he's been old enough to be able to want to come to games and to be able to engage in it. And from a father perspective, it's the dream time, right? When it's like, what should we do today, Dad? Should we play FIFA? Should we play football in the garden? Should we go to a Forest game? Tell you what, I'm in my element. And we've had some incredible experiences this year.
No chance.
No, she's stuffed. And it goes from I'm going on a work trip to Mansfield Town, so I'm now bonding with my children at the football, which is a very different conversation, isn't it, to have at home? But he's loved it, and I gave him the choice. I took him to Mansfield, I took him to Forest, and we've tried a bit. Mansfield have got Haribo available for him when he gets there, and pick and mix, and he enjoys that. But Forest, as Tom said, keep the ball on the ground a little bit more than Mansfield do. And he's really enjoyed it. And actually, a bit of a lucky charm, because the only game he's lost all season is Liverpool. And that was stolen from us anyway. Zinkernagel. So he's had an incredible time. And the point, if I ever get to it, of the story, is that I said I was 8 years old when Forest got relegated. And I still remember it. In my naive little 8-year-old life, it was the worst thing that ever happened to me. And I still remember the disappointment and the feeling that it would never be the same again. And in many ways, it hasn't been ever since. So the pleasure and the joy of taking my 8-year-old to Wembley and to see how excited he was and to see the joy on his face. And we stood staring at the pitch for 40 minutes afterwards, not knowing what to do or where to go or who to speak to. And the elation that he felt and the joy that he's had from football this season, not least because of that success, is an incredible thing that I will always remember, and I think that he will always remember. And that story is something that will be replicated thousands of times across the course of this season and through those experiences. And Nottingham Forest have brought that to me and to my son and to those thousands of people. So that is an incredible thing. Aside from the economy and the money and all the rest of it, that's the thing that I think matters the most and that speaks and means so much to the most people. So finally, I'd just like to thank Graham for attending this morning and ask you to pass on our thanks and our congratulations to everyone at the club for the success of this season, and let's hope for a lot more to come. Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? I think that's unanimous, even from everybody. Thank you, members. Thank you, members, for your support. Yes. I would like now to call upon Graham Moran, please, if you'd like to address the council. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. I'd like to make some remarks to all councillors in response to the motion, if I may. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to represent the club and also in particular to represent our owners, Mr Marinakis and Mr Kominakis. We are generally grateful to you to receive this honour and to hear the kind words and supports from so many people. And I mean that across all the football spectrum. It's so good and great to see so many people I've come across in a previous life at Meadow Lane as well. Mr Marinakis and Mr Kominakis were always aware that Nottingham Forest was a very special football club, which has a special place not just within this area, but also throughout the country and certainly across the football world. From the outset, they have tried to put the club back within the heart of the community, and I can confirm that progress has been made off the pitch as well as on the pitch, and particularly in my role as CEO of the Community Trust. We're all delighted that we've been given so much joy and excitement to all the fans, whose support has been absolutely unbelievable. We're also aware of our wider social importance, and we hope that having Forest in the Premier League will bring substantial benefits to the whole community. So we just wanted to thank you all again from everybody at the football club for this recognition of what has been achieved. And we hope that this is just the start of a journey together, and we look forward to building closer ties with all of you in the coming days, weeks, months and years. So thank you very much.
We have a certificate here, Graham, if you'd like to come and receive it from, on behalf of the club from the council. Thank you, members. Move on to item 8. Recognition of the outgoing Chief Executive for his outstanding service. I'd like to call upon Councillor Ben Bradley MP, who will move the recommendations in this report.
Thank you, Chairman. From one highly emotional item to another. It's a challenging morning for the heartstrings. I think what to say about Anthony May, you're right to say it's exceptional service and for a long time. And lots of people, I assume, are going to say nice things about Anthony this morning. It remains to be seen, I suppose. We'll cross that bridge. But the report gives some factual detail about his work and experience, particularly about the many achievements over those years. I wanted to touch on this morning, particularly perhaps my own 14 months as leader, and to thank you, Anthony, for the help and the support and the guidance of the administration and myself and for the council. Though we've got another few weeks left before you leave us, I've no doubt we'll find a very able replacement, of course. But it's great to have the opportunity today to speak and to talk about the success and the support and everything that we value of your leadership. It'll be a very strange thing to work in this capacity as leader without you. I imagine it's a little bit strange to sit there for the next period of time and everyone talks about you and says nice things. I wouldn't know, as it never happened to me, but I imagine it's quite weird. So you have to forgive us, but I'll try and keep it brief. A handful of people in the room will know what a close working relationship it has to be between leader and chief executive. And you speak almost every day, sometimes for hours, and you consider all the most difficult and challenging elements of the job. And in doing so, you have to put up with each other's quirks and peculiarities and routines, and you have to put up with my politics and everything else, which you'd probably rather just be left to get on with it. Politicians are put here to make officers' lives difficult, of course, that is the point. But Anthony, you've been an absolute joy to work with, and I mean that when I say it. Aside from obviously being very able, you've been open and honest. You've never called me names to my face when I've floated ideas, or when I have thrown a spanner in the works sometimes in well-made plans, and I've gone away and I've been thinking out loud, or I've changed my mind and I've come back and said, can we just undo everything we talked about yesterday? More than once. So I appreciate that. And you've always been constructive. You've always sought to help us as an administration to deliver our priorities, as I know you have for previous administrations of all political colours. And it's worth saying how highly you often speak of those previous administrations and those other leaders that you've worked with. And of course, as I've said, in that working relationship, every day I hope become something of a friend and something of a mentor to me also, in your guidance over the last year, which has been first rate, and the very unique challenge of balancing the roles that I have. I've very much valued your support and guidance. And I think, I hope you still saw the potential in those roles, and having that bit of extra influence, and you've sought to help us as a council to make the most of that, and to make the arrangements and everything work, regardless of diaries and clashes and challenges and all the other things. And you've stepped into that space and been incredibly helpful and supportive. I think we've become a good team, I think, in the way that we've attacked some of those challenges and jointly used our roles and connections in various places to be able to attack things in that kind of two-pronged way with government, which hopefully has been able to increase our influence and to take that bit of kind of pincer movement into Whitehall. And I think I have to say, as soon as you told me that you're interested in the job at NUH, I knew you would get it. I think you are the right person for it. I know I shall certainly miss you in this role, and I think the council will certainly miss you. I think you're the right person for that job, and your networks and your influence and your, I think the ability to come in from outside of that organisation and really see things in a fresh way will be hugely helpful. Over many years and a number of roles, including in children's services before becoming Chief Executive, Anthony has committed his life to the council 24/7. A job like that isn't 9 to 5. It's all day, every day, and I know we're all thankful and grateful for that experience and expertise that's seen us through some incredibly difficult challenges, not least the last couple of years in COVID and all of the work that has genuinely been 24/7, I imagine, in the response to much of that. And you've certainly taken on a pretty hefty challenge, shall we say, in the way that you go forward, a new one to work with us, but it's an incredibly important role. And I know that we'll continue to have that relationship, and I hope you'll be a helpful and supportive stakeholder for us as well, and we certainly aim to be to the hospital in that new role as well. I know you'll be flying the flag for social care integration and everything else in the way that we've talked about here. So I don't want to bang on forever. Obviously, we've got a while yet before you actually depart. I'm sure as a council we'll see a lot of you still in your new role. But I just want to thank you for everything, for your support, and as I say, for all of the experience that you have passed on to me on a personal level, and the support over the last year, which has been challenging for all the reasons I've described. I don't think we would be able to stand here with some of the reports and the updates and the progress that we've brought forward as an administration, and to be able to say how well I think we are progressing with some of those key priorities if it weren't for that support and guidance and everything that you've done for us. So I will be eternally grateful for that. I hope we can continue in your new role and on a personal level to be friends and still see a lot of each other. But thank you generally for everything that you've done, and to wish you the best of luck in your new role.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. I call upon Councillor Bruce Lawton, who will second the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. It's interesting, really, because it says to thank the Council's Chief Executive, Anthony May, and his outstanding service to the council, residents of Nottinghamshire, and his work on behalf of the county as a regional and national level. It's sort of like there's not very many of you in this chamber have had the pleasure, I know Kate has, have had the pleasure of going on conferences with Anthony. And you just got to, the recent, I know Kay has over in the corner there, and you've just got to have be with this guy at these events to realise how well Anthony is thought of nationally. At the LGA conference, we sort of found a coffee table right in the middle of the area where all the exhibitors were exhibiting, and we sort of sat down having a cup of coffee, and it was like a drop-in centre of chief executives all coming in to say hello to Anthony and ask questions. There were leading politicians from all across the country dropping in, and I'm turning around to Anthony every 2 minutes and going, who was that, you know, and who was this? And they all know Anthony May. They all know what a good job he's done in Nottinghamshire, and they all sort of treat him with due deference, with esteem. That they all recognise how good he is at his job, and they all use his talents to be able to be able to help themselves deliver for the communities that they represented. So it gives me great pleasure, really, to second this. I count Anthony actually as a friend, and we share quite a number of interests. So every time I see him, we start rattling on about different subjects as far as away from the county council. And I think it's a testament to Anthony, is there's not very many people in this chamber can tell me what his politics is. I can't, and there's not very many others can, which just shows you that answers the question how level-headed he is and how he treats every single member in this chamber the same, and there is no difference between one member and the next, and that is a very important skill to have as a chief executive. And on numerous occasions, I personally have been in his office talking through issues which are impacting on me, where he has given me extremely sound, measured advice. And there's one thing about Anthony, he never tittle-tattles. So he always treats people the same. So as far as Anthony is concerned, Kay is the best leader that the council has ever served. Alan Rhodes is a really good quality leader as far as this council. He never tittle-tattles. He never tells stories out of town, and that is a really good positive to have. A word of warning, though. A word of warning. Anthony has numerous little black books with lists in them. So all be very careful. Let's just quickly talk about his managerial experience. As part of my training on management and economics, one of the things they teach you is the most difficult managerial process to manage is a shrinking budget. It's easy delivering while you've got an increase in budget and everything is rosy and everything is moving forward. He has managed this council effectively and well with a shrinking budget for the last 10 years. And that is a testament to his ability and skills, and that's what he will take to his new job, that ability to be able to manage a difficult situation and environment. I mean, I started drawing up a list of words that come readily to mind. You know, words like shrewd, loyal, you know, an excellent manager of people, a forward thinker. Now, that's one of the most important things you can have as somebody who's always looking. It's a bit like managing an organisation is a bit like playing snooker. You know, you've got to think five shots in advance. You've got to be looking forward as to what is on the horizon. You've got to be pre-thinking exactly what is going to impact on you. And he has that skill in in abundance. And it's always a glib thing, isn't it, to say he will be missed. Well, actually, he will be missed. That's the fact of the matter. You know, he's one of these individuals. Many councillors in this room will have been in a position where they've dealt with officers over the years and they can remember them with affection for the way that they have delivered a service for Nottinghamshire. I mean, it's strange really, but when I first took over as a council, there was a guy by the name of Peter Herford who was a deputy treasurer, and I always look back at Peter with real fondness, because Kay ended up dropping me in it and giving me a job as the shadow finance spokesman. And Peter took me on board and helped me do my job in this council. And it was an extraordinary character, really. And I always look back on Peter with affection, really. And the same will be Anthony. But he's not really leaving us. You know, all he's doing is moving up the road, and he's still in Nottinghamshire, and he's still Nottinghamshire, sort of like he's born in Nottinghamshire as far as I am concerned. It was interesting because when he said that he'd been accepted, given the job that he's got, he said, but I'm still going to be staying in Nottinghamshire. I'm still going to be a part of Nottinghamshire, and he'll still be a part of the County Council because we won't let him not be. So thank you very much for your time, Anthony. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. I've got a few members who have indicated to speak. We'll start with Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. And I just wanted to rise just to bring a slightly different angle to it. Again, in terms of referring to my former experience previously as leader of Rushcliffe Borough Council in particular, and the dealings with Anthony, because the recommendation does talk about improving the lives of residents across Nottinghamshire and the region. And what was really fantastic was to experience always the calmness and business-like approach which Anthony always used to bring to, if we were dealing with district leaders and county and city meetings, in whatever collaboration it might be. Anthony was always sure to be able to be giving you clear and firm and polite and friendly advice. And that is quite rare for somebody to be able to just keep that calmness all the time and that business-like approach. And I do value that. And one good example is the DMRC at Stamford Hall, where as leader had various dealings, and again the continued project for the NRC and continued negotiations and discussions on that, which has been very helpful. One word of warning, Chairman, he is actually a constituent of mine. So even-handedness has been mentioned, and of course in the future, if he comes with any issues, whether it's roads or anything else, I will of course treat him with the same even-handedness that he would expect. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kate Foyle.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Anthony, your long service in this wonderful county is just awesome, isn't it? So I'm very pleased that we're able to recognise that here and now. And I can't do justice to your career journey, your very long career journey from the bottom to the top of local government, but just to say it's a huge personal achievement, and it's given you such a breadth and depth of experience and understanding, both of how government works and the people it serves. And that experience has been a huge asset to the people of Nottinghamshire. What I believe it's given you is a real understanding of how to build good working relationships with so many different people. And working with politicians can't always have been easy, but in my experience, you've always been approachable, even-handed, as we've all said so far, and fair in the way you've treated councillors, whatever their politics. And like Bruce, I have no idea what your politics are. I hope to find out one day, perhaps in a few years' time. But what that's done is created a positive and collaborative culture that I know that from friends working in other councils is certainly not the case in every local authority, and certainly not for opposition members. Just briefly talking about conferences, having gone to one or two conferences and shared a car with Bruce and Anthony, and an awful lot more about cars than I knew or ever really wanted to know, to be quite honest, but still there you are. It is one of the things that you seem to have be able to talk about forever. Another conference I remember as well, I think it was around about 2014-15, it was a social care conference where Michael Wilshaw spoke, the Ofsted chief, who was not exactly what you call child-centred, and was explaining a not terribly kind of child-centred or kind of very sensitive new Ofsted regime that didn't have social care in it. So the millisecond efficiency he finished speaking, Anthony leapt up, dashed down the corridor. Where is he going? And when he came back, I said, what have you done? He said, I've told him about the social care context and put him right in effect. I just thought it was wonderful. So clearly a passion there for children and getting the job done with some sort of compassion and some understanding. I first met you, Anthony, I think many years ago, and well before I became a county councillor in 2013, to ask you for some financial support for the school where I was chair of governors, do you remember? I came with then head Andrew George, and you listened really carefully. We could both see you really listened to us and understood the specific as well as the more general problems that we were facing. And then you took the time to visit the school. And that was a time that I know you had great many challenges here facing you as Director of Children's Services. But even so, you gave us the time and the space. You really listened to us to explain our concern. And that's just one example of how you approach your work, with fairness, openness, and a willingness to listen and find a way forward. And on a personal note, I'd like to thank you for your kindness and support to me, especially as a newly elected councillor in 2013, when I first walked into that Rufford suite, when we just won, when I was wondering how on earth I was going to be able to grasp what being a member really meant. And more recently, when I was rather unexpectedly launched into the Labour leader's role. Really appreciate it, Anthony. So, all the very best to you. Big challenge. I'm sure you'll do it well. You really will be missed. And thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you for the benefit of the good people of this county.
Thank you, Councillor Fowle. Councillor Mike Quigley.
Thank you, Chairman. It's really just a personal recollection. I was first elected to the County Council in 2009 when Anthony was in his previous job with children in the Children's Services. And whilst working with him as a member, I also had some dealings with him as a director and trustee of Diverse Academies Learning Partnership in sorting out the issues of over provision of places in Bassetlaw, and particularly in the Retford area, because it was having a huge financial impact on the schools there. And he acted very professionally with his team, and we managed to resolve those issues. So I'd like to personally thank him for that. But also, during my last year as chairman of the council, his wise advice and nudges at the right time when I was on the podium with him were greatly appreciated, and I'd like to thank you for your help in making sure I steered the right path last year. Thank you, Anthony, for all you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Quigley. Councillor Reginald Dare.
Let's have it correct. A-D-A-I-R. Okay. Yeah, Anthony, we go back quite some time. And I'd sort of just thank you for your help and your support during that time, our administrations. And I can first met you when you were formerly the corporate director for Children's Families and Cultural Services and Deputy Chief Executive, and then as Chief Executive of the Council since 2015. You had been the Director of Children and Young People's Department for only a few months when we as a Conservative administration was elected for the first time in 28 years in mid-2009, and at that time we were led by Councillor Kay Cutts, as she was then now. What's your title now, Kay? I can't remember. But I do remember it was a bit of a baptism of fire for both the leader and the relatively new director as we faced up to the children's services in the crisis, and that was a really difficult time. And a warning in no uncertain terms from the government that we would be held responsible for improving things fast. And of course we had a lot of budget debates. But the Conservative administration, especially working with yourself, and Councillor Cutts and Philip Owen can take a share of the credit for the transformation of the children's services from that point onwards. And without doubt, it was Anthony's leadership and of his officers that really drove the service to improve from poor to adequate and to good. And I think you'll remember that, Philip, at that particular time, because it was a really difficult situation. In fact, I think you and Kay were threatened with a sack from the government minister of the day. And you're going to talk about that. Then, of course, after that and through that period, then Anthony, of course, became Chief Executive under a Labour administration in 2015, when Councillor Arnold Rhodes was Council Leader. And there's no doubt Anthony's achievement in the preceding years marked him out as an ideal person for the job. Former Chief Executive Mick Burris, I can remember this, commented pathetically on Anthony's appointment. The post of Chief Executive is extremely demanding, but having worked closely with Anthony for a number of years, I know he'll excel in the role and provide excellent leadership needed to steer the authority through unprecedented change. And at that time, Mick was right. Of course, he got it right. And also during that period of time, when we were in came into administration again, we worked a lot with Anthony, going to, as Bruce has just said, conferences, CCN conferences. And Anthony, you were a damn good chauffeur as well. You know? I know we used to have to talk about how to get there and how not to get there. You had your little thing on the dashboard, and then you had Reg sitting next to you saying, no, Anthony, good like this, I've been there before, so we can get there quicker. So that was good. But since your appointment as Chief Executive, you worked with 3 different leaders, and I do mean different. Anthony has proved himself to be calm, versatile, adaptable, robust, focused, visionary, and above all, immensely competent. He marked himself out as an exceptional Chief Executive, respected throughout local government circles and across the country, reflected by his appointment in 2018 as Chairman of the Association of County Chief Executives. And I think that is a remarkable achievement, that Nottinghamshire's Chief Executive should hold that post. Anthony, I can say on behalf of the former Leader of the Council, Honourable Alderman Kay Cutts, MB, and on my own behalf as our Deputy Leader, that we enjoyed working with you immensely, and that you commanded our utmost respect, and we got a lot of achievements working together for this Council. So we both thank you for your tremendous service and wish you every success in the next stage of your career. And also, I would like to pay tribute to you. Thank you for your support during my wife's illness. So, Chairman, on the day that we celebrated Nottingham Forest's promotion back to the Premier League, it seems a good time to paraphrase the legendary Brian Clough. Anthony May, I wouldn't say that you were the best Council Chief Executive in the business, but you were probably in the top 1.
Thank you, Reg. Councillor Philip Owen.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. What's probably not known, Anthony, is that you and I worked together very closely for a period of 4 years when I was first Cabinet member and then committee chairman. And that's probably longer than anybody else in this council, apart from Kay Cutts and Reg Adair, who obviously worked with you when they were leader and deputy leader. And I was always very grateful for the help, support and guidance that you gave me. I was particularly interested to hear that Councillor Lawton had become your friend, because one of the instructions that we got from Kay Cutts when we took over in 2009, her words, I think, were, and she'll correct me at lunchtime if I'm wrong, don't become best friends with your chief officers. And you will no doubt recall your response to that. There's no chance of that with Councillor Owen. When I first heard that you were going to take on your new role, I thought
he's lost it. He's finally lost it. He's gone. He's mad. Having got a hospital doctor in the family, I couldn't imagine anyone wanting to go and manage a health facility in the way that you are going to do. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought what a sound appointment it is and how you are ideally suited to the role that you are going to take on. And I'll just mention two things, and they are both mentioned in the report here. The first was the setting up of the MASH. I seem to remember when you came to me with the idea that there was, I don't know, it was one or two other MASHers in the whole of the country, and they were in different authorities, very different authorities, to Nottinghamshire County Council. And it required a decision as to whether to go ahead and do this. And those of you that are of my generation perhaps will remember the programme Yes Minister. And when I think it was Jim Hacker was coming up with ideas or had to make decisions, Sir Humphrey, the civil servant, would say, "Yes, Minister, that is a brave decision." And everybody who was a fan of the show knew what he meant by a brave decision. Well, I think to set up the MASH was a brave decision. But as the saying goes, fortune favours the brave, and it has been a huge success. It's a pity we have to have the MASH, but it's been a huge success, and that is down to your leadership and to your efforts in setting it up and getting it moving. And it has enabled, it has protected and safeguarded many children and older people in this county, and that is due entirely to your efforts. And the other thing that I would just allude to, if I may, Chairman, is one that was mentioned by Councillor Adair. And that was the situation that we had when I'd just taken over, we'd just taken over as an administration, and I'd just taken over as the cabinet member, and you had not been in post as corporate director, I don't think, for too long, and we had an Ofsted inspection on the back of the tragic death of a Mansfield girl, Charlotte Avenel. Appalling situation and appalling time. And the Ofsted inspection was, well, it said we were awful, we were terrible. And that was within just a few weeks. And as Councillor Adair alluded to, myself and Kay Cutts, and I don't know whether you were involved as well, we were called out of a county council meeting to take a telephone call from the minister. And he said, either get your act together quickly or you're gone, you're going to be sacked. And I'd only been in post for a few weeks, and they're already threatening to sack me. Even Boris can't rival that. He's working at it, yeah. And that was the situation. Get it sorted or get sacked. Well, we did get it sorted with a lot of investment and your leadership. We got it sorted such that when Ofsted eventually came back, what they said was, and I don't think the phrase in this report quite does it justice. It's one that I've used as members, some members will know over many times. We restored public confidence in the council's ability to keep children safe. What Ofsted said was that children were as safe as they could be. They were as safe as they could be. And that, I think, was a huge tribute to the efforts that you put in. In fact, they were as safe as they could be and had been, as we subsequently found out through ICSA, for decades. They hadn't been safe for decades, as we now know. But Ofsted said they are as safe as they can be, or as they could be. And I make no apologies for repeating that phrase, which I have said on many occasions, but I can assure you this will be the last time. That's down to your leadership and to your efforts and the way in which we were able to turn it all round. So, Jill's also asked me to pass on her congratulations to you. She often talks of the day, the night that the three of us hot-footed it down to the palace to a reception, although since it was hosted by the Duke of York, it's not something that we talk about very often in public. But we did. So she's asked me to pass on her congratulations and thanks as well, because you've always made her welcome too. So I wish you well. I'm sure we shan't see the last of you. And one message from Jill is, could you please leave a direct contact telephone number, because there's no doubt she will have many complaints about the services at the hospital and she wants to be able to get directly in touch with you. All the best, and thanks very much for your help.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Mike Pringle.
Thank you, Chairman. And Anthony, I can assure you you're not going to be expecting this, because in this chamber here are probably some of the best speakers in Nottinghamshire, and what they're doing is allowing the best man for this job to go. We are in a situation at this moment in time where we have a government that is imploding on itself. We have the highest cost of living crisis. We're discussing Freeports, devolution and DevCo. There has never been one person better than you to guide us through at this time. Don't go. Just send another letter saying no. Mark's convinced me. I've made a mistake. I'm happy to take a pay cut and come back, which obviously you would do. Now we'd renegotiate your contract. I'm gutted. I'm gutted. I'm pleased for you, yeah, but I'm gutted for us as a council. Whoever steps into your shoes is stepping into big shoes. I'm not saying they have to follow it. They'll have to be their own person, but they're stepping into big shoes with somebody who, as Bruce pointed out, has the eye and the ear of a lot of people throughout this country. That is an honour to you and how you've conducted yourself. And I wish you all the best, but I really do wish you weren't you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor David Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, of course, I concur with all of the previous speakers. And, you know, I'm going to go back to 2015 when I was first elected, and I had no idea what I was walking into here. None at all. And I met Jane Frances Ward in reception, and she berated me because she lost a tenner on me the previous Thursday because I won. And she was taking me upstairs into the gods where Anthony lives, somewhere up there. And I had no idea where I was going. And when I got there, he said, "David, you're late." And I said, "Yes, I know, but you haven't had 10 builders to set out this morning." And I have. And he said, "Fair enough." So we had a conversation that went on for another hour. And I said to him, "Anthony, I have to cut it short because I've got a meeting in the Rufford Suite and I have no idea where it is." And he said, "I'll take you." So he came down the lift with me and across the corridor, and people were moving away as we walked down the corridor. It's something I've never experienced before, and people were holding doors open for me. As a builder walking into that, it was a really weird experience. We went into the Rufford Suite where, strangely, adult health and social care was happening, and when we walked in, the room went silent. And I sat down, and he said, "There you go, David." I said, thank you, Anthony." And I opened my laptop up, and it went ping pong, and the meeting carried on. And that's how it's gone on ever since. But where this council really saw Anthony's true colours, and I'll thank him on behalf of all of the staff across the whole of the county, was during the pandemic, because this council benefited greatly from his stewardship across the county, and the residents as well. And his governance of this whole affair during the pandemic is second to none. And for that, especially when you did the video, and you thanked the staff, and you were at home doing your online video, and you look like Adrian Molan, age 13 3/4, I commented at the time. And that commonality with the staff who were needing that surety, that governance, they got it from Anthony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Paul Henshaw.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. I first met Anthony, and you not remember this, it was in about 2005 when he was in his previous role as a newly elected member. And immediately I was sort of taken aback by his demeanour and his integrity. Unfortunately, that first period of office only lasted till 2009, and then I had an enforced interregnum for a few years. But such is the wiles of democracy. But recently, when I've had a number of problems from Mansfield West, and problems that I really didn't know how to solve, I remember, and I went back to a bit of advice that my running partner at that time, Honorary Alderman John, who sat at the back here, and John told me, he said, if you ever have a problem, Paul, and you don't know how to solve it, he said, go straight to the top. And recently, I've had to email Anthony in relation to that particular issue, and I'd just like to thank him for the swift and honest reaction and help that he gave me to sort out that problem. And when we look at people that serve in public life, I think Anthony is an exemplar for the attributes of honesty and integrity that I feel sometimes are a little lacking in people in public life. And you've extolled those virtues in your commitment to this authority, and that's only helped this authority to achieve. Honesty and integrity are values that I think we all should aspire to, particularly people in public life. And I think we need to look to that as a set of rules that we could follow. So from I know our leader and deputy leader have thanked you, but from the backbench members of the Labour group, I'd just like to wish you all the best in the future. It's not an easy task that you're going to undertake, but I'm sure your background in helping in social care and education will sort of be a good grounding for you. And I wish you all the best, and good luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Francis Peel-Harden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is indeed an honour to be unanimously nominated to represent the Independent Alliance this morning in my comments. I sincerely understand that your relationship with the Independents has been one of honesty and openness, and at times very exciting and robust. And for all of that, on those very rare occasions, you have been held in the greatest of esteem by everyone in our group. Mr. Chairman, I am personally have reason to thank Anthony, and I absolutely concur with the comments from Bruce and others regarding your integrity and sense of fair play, when last year I had cause to be grateful to you for intervening in a process that would have been prejudicial to me elsewhere, and in your role as returning officer you ensured that fair play was established and kept to. The 31st of August is going to be truly the end of an era. I still remember the day that I came in on the 16th of August 2016, and remember your welcome to me. I've obviously not been working with you as close as others, but I have never heard a bad word against you. You are held in the highest of esteem in this council, and it has been a pleasure to work with you for those years that I've been here. This council's loss clearly is a gain for your new employer, and I'm sure that they will benefit from your skills and expertise. And I, on behalf of the Independent Alliance Group, wish you the very best in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pugh-Horan. Councillor Pauline Allen.
Can't see the button. There we are. It's a very personal message today, because when I sat in Roger's chair for some short time, I was one of the first chairmen that Anthony stood next to, or sat next to, in his tenure as the CEO. I don't know who knew least, if you like, and we both groped our way to the right answers most of the time and didn't have many complaints. Therefore, I have a special affection for him as we struggled together to work out how the council worked. Thank you for your support then and your support since. And I do wish you the very best in your new job, which I don't envy you at all. And I could no doubt send you a few complaints later, but I shall save them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Sue Sellington.
Thank you, Chairman. Going back to the election in 2017 and the elation that you feel when you've won your seat, the following morning I received a call from our then leader, Kay, who asked me to become chairman of this council. It was something that had never, ever crossed my mind. And my immediate answer was, no, thank you, no. Oh, yes, she said, you will be chairman of this council. I was completely shocked, and it took me all day to come to terms with the job that I had ahead. And I think I speak on behalf of most people, although Pauline has already spoken. Anybody who is given the privilege of becoming chairman of this council, it is a huge privilege and a very responsible job, because as you sit up on that dais, as Roger and John are doing today, you could easily feel a panic, as not now since the last election, but the people here before, there was many an occasion when we had lots of trouble, people shouting, people questioning, my goodness. But with the wise advice from Anthony, guiding hand, reassurance and support, it certainly got me through my year as chairman. And for that, Anthony, I really thank you. It is a huge job to take on. You have a huge responsibility. I thank Kay for giving me the opportunity, and I thank Anthony for his wise counsel during that year. I also offer you my congratulations, Anthony. Good luck with the new job, and I look forward to the future when I know I will meet you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sellington. Councillor Keith Gurley.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard quite a lot today, and I heard somebody say, never heard a bad word about him. Well, we can't have that, can we? So I'm going to give you a bad word. You're a bad boy leaving us. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Yeah, you should be here going through what we're having to go through in the future. But that said, I wish you all the best, and you have served this county with distinction, and I hope you get recognised for that properly. Thank you.
Thank you, members. No one else has indicated to speak, but thank you, members, for your contribution. I would also like to thank Anthony for all the support he's given me whilst I've been a member of this council, and also as chairman, although it's only our first meeting since the AGM. I mean, we aren't even finished yet, so we'll judge it but at the end. But I'd now like to call upon Councillor Bradley, please, to as the mover of the motion.
It's a testament to Anthony's experience and the many challenges and successes, the things you have overcome and the things you've built. To hear those speeches, and particularly some of those accounts of working in some of the most challenging circumstances. Councillor Owen talks about some incredibly difficult times and work that you've done that has been exemplary, is testament to your performance and commitment. Mike, I'm gutted as well. And I think it speaks in many ways to Anthony's sense of duty and public service, that he would step into the breach in what we all look at and think is an incredibly challenging role, that is going to be, you know, if you get to sleep in the coming year, I'll be very surprised. But you do it and you put yourself forward and you step into the breach, so to speak. And that, I have a huge amount of respect for that. And I think in some ways not many people would do it. And it makes you exactly the right person for that job. So I understand and absolutely respect that decision, despite the fact that we will absolutely miss you. Fortunately, we have a very able deputy. I'm sure we'll be able to step in the interim period until we appoint a new chief executive, and we can keep, I hope, the momentum that we have built on many of these projects. But we will absolutely miss you. And you've not been, during this period, just a safe pair of hands, but you know, whether I've been here as a councillor, as an MP, as a leader, always an exemplary professional, always honest, incredibly capable, level-headed, and an inspirational leader for this council over many years. I think we would all recognise that. So, not to labour the point, it's lunchtime, but to thank you finally for that exemplary service. It really is. I hope and I'm sure that it will be recognised in many ways in the future, and we all wish you the very best of luck in your new role.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? I think that's absolutely unanimous. Thank you very much, members. A few words.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. The County Council is an officer-free zone for very good reasons. This is the crucible of your work, so I'm going to be very brief. So when the leader told me he was proposing to bring a motion of this nature, I thought that I would be embarrassed during the debate, but actually I felt humbled, so thank you. It's been a great place to work. I feel privileged to have led the council. I don't recognise the feedback and the praise, but I am sincerely grateful for it, and I wish you all the very best, and I look forward to being your partner, and it's been the privilege of my career to have served you. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Anthony. You obviously see the respect you have from this chamber of the work you've done for this county over your term of office as before you were as chief exec and as chief executive. And we all wish you very well in your future endeavours. Thank you. We will now retire for lunch, and I would like to see us back for 2 o'clock if possible, please. Thank you. Thank you.
gentlemen, your chairman and vice chairman.
Was it not? Sorry.
You're okay.
That's okay. Thank you, everybody, for being back on time. There's a lot more business to conclude today. We move on now to agenda item 9, establishment of the Joint Committee Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Integrated Care Partnership. And I would like to call upon Councillor Matt Barney, who will move the recommendations in this report.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I hope everybody's had a very enjoyable lunch. So it's my great pleasure to introduce this item, which is about the statutory requirement to establish a new joint committee, none less than the Nottinghamshire Integrated Partnership, or ICP. And whilst this is a statutory entity, the purpose of the ICP is to improve the health outcomes for people in our communities across Nottinghamshire, improving health and well-being outcomes and supporting people to live healthy and independent lives. And so I'm really pleased to be bringing this forward. And I'm about to invite Councillor Dr. John Doddy in his capacity as Health and Wellbeing Chair to speak on this. But before I do that, I'd like to move the recommendations as set out, I believe, on page 36 of the report.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Call upon... I'm sure members will find it. Thank you. I call upon Councillor Scott Grant, who will second the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I formally rise to second the report and I reserve my right to speak.
Okay, and I'll call upon members who have indicated to speak, and Councillor John Doddy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Two roads diverged in a willowy wood. Not knowing which one to take, long I stood. I took the road less travelled, and that made all the difference. We're about to veer off our normal straight road to a partnership in the Integrated Care Partnership, which brings us in a new direction. It brings us from having been on parallel lines to a wraparound service for the 820,000 people of Nottinghamshire. I spent this morning at a meeting representing the County Council called Together We Are Nots. Everybody from Cathy McLean, the chair of the ICS, down to re-enablement teams, 50 stands, and looking around, there was a euphoria. There was nothing less than a mass feeling of well-being, a mass feeling of enthusiasm for what we're about to deliver. It talked about communities, it talked about neighbourhoods. In one instance, they talked about social prescribing, where you go out to people who are basically lonely and depressed, go into their homes and provide them with a non-medical intervention. And between 2021 and 2022, there was 10,000 referrals in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire to that one service. It was a wonderful opportunity to see what's out there and what we're going to bring to the table and what it's going to do for us and our residents and the entire population. The integrated care service itself is divided into two. It's quite a complex system if you're not actually involved in it. It's hard to know what's the ICS, what's the ICP, what is the ICB, what are the PBPs, what are the PCNs, and therefore throughout the whole series of letters there exists one thing, a joined up journey of the person's care, a wraparound care. What we're joining is the ICP, the Integrated Care Partnership. And our role in that, and the role of the Integrated Care Partnership itself, is to be nothing less than the guiding mind of the Integrated Care Board. If you think of the Integrated Care Board as being simply the NHS, that's what it is. If you think of the Integrated Care Partnership, that's the partnership between the City of Nottingham, the ICB and Nottinghamshire County Council, and they are the representatives that we have mentioned in the paper here today of the partnership we wish to establish. So that is the Integrated Care Partnership. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that through the health and well-being. So if that's for me, tell them I'm busy.
Actually, I think that's £10 to the chairman's charity because it went off
there's
twice.
some vacancies. Just take a list of them. Hey, that's some more money for the chairman's charity. Okay. Yes, yes. So 2023, tell them.
That tonight?
20, witty. So, in any case, the Health and Wellbeing Board has been established since 2012, as we all know, from the then Secretary of State, Andrew Lansley, and statutory obligation to do certain things, one of which is something we released last week, which is the Joint Health and Wellbeing Strategy for the whole of Nottinghamshire. The second thing is to produce joint strategic needs assessments to look and analyse the needs of the people of Nottingham. And when I was there this morning, it was quite extraordinary when I looked around the gamut of people, and the dentists were there and being represented. And what a wonderful opportunity it was to ask them, are the people of Nottinghamshire really pulling out their own teeth? So that's the type of opportunity that we'll be looking at in order to influence the care. Dentistry is not under the ICB or the ICP just yet. That'll be in 2023, 2024. So through our joint strategic needs assessments, we will look at the needs of the people of Nottinghamshire. We will determine what they are, and we will put them in a strategy, which is what we did last week. We will use that strategy to go to the ICP, together with the City of Nottingham, and together with the ICB, to use that to determine how the monies of the ICB are spent going forward. So traditionally, you might have only seen it as care directly for people who have immediate needs. But the one thing that was actually completely evident here today was that it was a public health direction that we were travelling in. The road less travelled, it was about preventative care. And this is a whole new journey. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt that the road less travelled, the road that we're going to go on, the road of this joint partnership with the ICP, will bring improvements in the health and well-being of the entire population of Nottinghamshire, and I completely recommend the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doddy. Councillor Kate Foyle. Foyle, sorry.
Yeah, right.
My elocution is not brilliant, I apologize.
Okay. Right, so thank you. So we will be supporting this. Clearly, we need to, because it's a statutory requirement, so we do understand that. But I do remain concerned, as do some of my friends, since this was first on the horizon many years ago. I think the ICP used to be called the Strategic Transformation Plan, didn't it, going back a little bit? That it's going to be really hard to make sure this council's voice is heard loud and clear. And that social care gets the recognition it really deserves and really needs in order to kind of deliver, you know, the kind of preventative kind of early stage stuff. So it's paragraph 8 that really worries me, and perhaps you can reassure Councillor Barney. We may have only one voting member, but that's okay, as most decisions will be reached by consensus. But what if there can't be? And where's the democratic accountability? I haven't seen the term guiding mind before. He's put it very eloquently, I have to say, Councillor Doddy. So I'm hoping it's a broad and inclusive mind that really values and enables our social care staff to do the excellent work they really do to benefit our residents. And I see in the yellow pages, for the appendices under paragraph 22, that these arrangements will be kept under review during the first 12 months. Well, I hope the review will carry on, to be honest with you, keep being reviewed, and that we will get regular updates here, and that the review goes beyond 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foyle. I had no other indications. Would the seconder like to have his right to speak?
Yes, I will, Chairman. I wasn't initially going to, considering that the excellent speech and a very informative presentation from Councillor Dr. John Doddy. It's quite clearly a tough act to follow sometimes. But just to respond quite quickly to Councillor Foyle, obviously your note from page 36 of this report that further terms of reference will be brought back to full council, and what the points that you've just made there we'll seek to address.
Thank you, Councillor Colton. Would Councillor Barney, as the mover of the motion, like to sum up?
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to say that obviously this is a statutory response. We're in the situation where we do need to adopt this, and I actually do wholeheartedly believe that this is the right thing for the people of the county and the city. There's a partnership element involved in working with this. And I also take great reassurance from the fact that we've got none other than our great doctor here, who's part of that panel, who I think is well respected across this floor, and I think also politically across Nottinghamshire. So in championing and leading that voice, we have him, but as well as that, we've got Jonathan Gribben and Melanie as well, who are part of this board structure. So I do think that we will have our say, and I do think we will have our voice, and we will be seeking, obviously, to work across the floor in this one to bring the best health outcomes for the residents of Nottinghamshire. So thank you for your concern, and I really, really hope that we can count on your support for this. We need this to come to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. We now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? I think we can say that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 10. Executive report, key issues and activities. As set out in the Constitution, the leader has provided an executive report. The leader will move the receipt. It will be the deputy leader, will move the receipt of this report for noting and make a short statement introducing it. The report will be seconded by Councillor Barnfather, who will do so without speaking to it. No other members may speak on this item, and no amendment can be tabled. Once the report has been moved and seconded, the leader has spoken, or the deputy leader is today, if he wishes to. I will move to the vote on the motion, and then report be noted. Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Obviously, sorry.
Just a quick one. I'm sorry, we didn't realise we couldn't speak. Why can't we speak on it?
So it's set out in the Constitution, Councillor Fole, that this is a report that's moved by the leader, in this instance the deputy leader, because the leader has had to go back to Parliament, and it's for noting. So there's no debate and no questions arising from it.
Well, I think we could say that the report was out early enough for you to ask questions in the questions.
Yeah, we can do that, yeah. Yeah, so colleagues, if you're a keen student of the new Constitution, it's paragraph 43 on page 52.
Thank you. Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure that if you do have an issue as far as the Constitution is concerned, this is under constant control of Councillor Owen and his committee, and it will look into the... and so, anyway, right. So I am presenting the executive report today. Unfortunately, Ben has been called down to Westminster. I wonder why. He's asked me to highlight a few things within the report, really just to bring your attention to them so that it adds a little bit more weight to the issues which are in the documentation. First of all, the agenda item 2, I think we've covered the situation as far as Anthony is concerned, and I'm sure we all wish him well in his future endeavours. The second point he wanted to mention was the work being done by the communities, the Cabinet Member for Communities, John Cotty, and recently approved the allocation of the £4.1 million for the Household Support Fund. Just to join, quite recently we've been to the LGA conference, an extremely good conference, a lot of really good workout meetings, and we discussed a number of issues which will be impacting on this council in the future. And so it was a extremely well-run event. Remind members about the Tour of Britain event. Anybody that's read Richard Butler's leaflet, you'll know all about the Tour of Britain event. Remind people that that is on Thursday the 8th of September. And any support from your communities would be most grateful. The Nottinghamshire Day, it's our second Nottinghamshire Day. We have a little bit more time really to organise this event this time. So with, well, not saying with a bit of luck, it will be far more celebratory as far as Nottinghamshire is concerned. A progress report. Devolution moves ahead. We met with our colleagues from Derbyshire County Council down at the LGA conference. Had dinner with them. They are very keen and very supportive of the Derbyshire-Nottinghamshire bid. And we're really looking forward to working with us. And I think we can say that right the way across the two cities as well. It is a real opportunity for us to be able to improve the service delivery for our residents and gain the funding which they duly and truly deserve. And so I look forward to that, moving forward apace. The Children's and Young People's Transformation Change, we're noting the appointment of Lucy Peel. Obviously, transformation and change is my responsibility in the cabinet structure, and the transformation and change agenda, it will be going across the whole of the council. I've asked for the other groups to be informed of where we are with transformation and change, and those updates will be carried out by Isabel and her team. Without more ado, Mr. Chairman, that is those are the issues that Ben asked me to mention. So I move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor Barnfather.
Yeah, I formally second the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Keep your hands up, please. All those against? And abstentions, please. What do you abstain? So that's carried by 36 for and 11 abstentions and some double abstentions.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I just want it noted that the report was just for noting. We don't have to take a formal vote on it.
Yeah, so we've got a new constitution. We're following our script today, and we won't deviate from for today. We'll reflect on whether in future this needs to go to the vote, and we'll clarify it for colleagues. So thank you for raising that. Thanks.
Apologies. As set out in the Constitution, a maximum of 60 minutes is allowed for questions to the Leader, Cabinet members and Committee Chairman, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. There will be a maximum of one supplementary question, which must be from the member who has asked the original question. The supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement. There are 10 questions, and the first one is from Councillor Tom Hollis regarding any link between educational attainment and school funding.
Thank you. And it's a question to the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People. Do you, Cabinet Member, think there is a link between educational attainment and school funding cuts? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Tracy Taylor to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Hollis, for your question, for your hypothetical question, perhaps. Do I think there is a link between educational attainment and school funding cuts? The short answer to this closed question would be no, or most certainly not in the way that the question seeks to imply. Whatever the per pupil funding level for schools across the country has been in any given year, we've seen pupils in some schools thrive and do well, whilst pupils in other schools have done less well with the same amount of funding. In October 2021, the government confirmed that it would continue to deliver year-on-year real-term per pupil increases to school funding, investing a further £4.7 billion in the core school budget in 2024-25. This is on top of the settlement provided by the 2019 spending review, which provided the biggest increase in school funding in a decade. It should be noted, however, that budgets in schools are strongly linked to the number of pupils on roll. So where schools experience a significant drop in numbers, or where pupil numbers are regularly low, as in some of our small schools, managing the budget can be a challenge. Establishing a robust causal link between school funding and attainment is difficult because there are a wide range of other factors that influence pupil attainment. In 2017, in their School Funding and Pupil Outcomes Literature Review and Regression Analysis, the DFE stated that there were only a few research studies sophisticated enough to provide robust estimates of the impact of school spending on attainment. They concluded that whilst it was not possible to establish a consistent link between funding levels and outcomes in schools, the weight of evidence from studies suggested that additional school resources did positively influence attainment, although the effects were relatively modest at all key stages. The key factor in outcomes often seems to be the standard of leadership and teaching in a school. This is irrespective of whether the school is located in an area of relative disadvantage or affluence. There are many examples across the country where schools in disadvantaged areas have enabled their pupils to produce outstanding outcomes relative to expectations, and there are schools from apparently prosperous areas where pupils have performed less well than expected. Quality of teaching is now seen to be the single most important in-school factor in improving outcomes for children, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Being taught by a high-quality teacher can add almost half a GCSE grade per subject to a given pupil's results. Quality of teaching and leadership is, of course, a major determining factor in Ofsted assessments. So I think it's good news that 86.5% of Nottinghamshire pupils attend a good or outstanding school in the county, as rated by Ofsted. We want this figure to rise further, which can only be beneficial for the educational attainment and future prospects of young people growing up and being educated in this county. The last validated attainment data shows that there continue to be gains in children's attainment across Nottinghamshire. In early years foundation stage, 70.6% of children achieved a good level of development in 2019, which is an improvement on 2018 outcomes, and the gap to national has continued to narrow over the last 2 years. By the end of Key Stage 2, the proportion of children achieving above the expected standard in reading, writing and maths in Nottinghamshire is above national average.
At secondary level, Nottinghamshire's standard pass outcomes for GCSE English and Maths were ranked 47th in 2019, and that's up from 65th in 2018, and that's compared across all 150 published local authority areas nationally. Some Nottinghamshire districts, such as Mansfield and Ashfield, do face higher than average levels of deprivation, and current attainment is below the national and county pictures. The DFE has allocated additional funding through the Education Improvement Area Grant to support improved attainment and outcomes for these children and young people. And in his absence, I would actually thank the leader of this council for his petitioning to secure those improved funds. The DFE expanded the national tutoring programme in recognition of the potential impact of the coronavirus and lockdowns on pupil attainment. The expansion of the programme was supported by £1 billion worth of national funding, allowing Nottinghamshire schools to have greater flexibility to offer 15-hour tutoring courses that meet the needs of their pupils and help to support improved attainment where individual children most need it. I'm watching your face, Tom. I've lost you already, haven't I? Additional funding continues to be available to support our most vulnerable learners through special educational needs funding and pupil premium. Local and national systems of accountability are in place to hold individual schools to account for the attainment and outcomes of all learners, including those who are most vulnerable. DFE performance tables, Ofsted and our own Nottinghamshire County Council Educational Opportunities for All Performance Board continue to share data and relevant research with learning providers who are delivering guidance on the most effective strategies to improve educational outcomes and holding key partners and teams to account for the impact of their contribution. Whilst not the only factor, ensuring the effective use of available funding undoubtedly contributes to supporting pupil attainment, educational outcomes and effective preparation for adulthood. Councillor Hollis's question does not really define what he means by school funding, so he may or may not be also considering the amount of money invested in improving school buildings in recent years. Generally speaking, I would argue that good leadership and teaching in a relatively poor quality school building is still more likely to improve educational attainment than poor quality leadership and teaching in a new or well refurbished school building. But that certainly doesn't mean we shouldn't invest in new school buildings. Nottinghamshire County Council, yes, Councillor Girling, thank you. Nottinghamshire County Council has invested some £116.5 million in new and refurbished school buildings since 2017. I'll just let that date sink in, Chairman, 2017. If I was a pupil, I'd certainly prefer to go to school each day in a modern, high-quality facility, which, if combined with inspiring leadership and teaching, could only benefit my educational attainment. In summary, Chairman, the amount of money we invest in our children's education will always be important, whether we're talking about funding per pupil or investing in school infrastructure. In terms of educational attainment, the limited studies available suggest that the amount we spend can have a modest beneficial effect, but only in tandem with other factors, especially the quality of teaching. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Hollis, you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do, yeah. And I have to say, I'm no more enlightened to my answer to my question. I can't tell whether it's the teaching or the funding that makes the difference according to that answer. But the simple facts are the poorest attainment schools have seen the biggest cuts. Schools in Nottinghamshire have lost £34.4 million this year alone in funding. That amounts to £299 per pupil. Brierley Forest School in my division has lost £277,000, which accounts to £709
Are we having a question, Councillor Hollis, or a statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. You'll appreciate it was a long answer and it's a complicated subject, but I'm nearly there. So £709 per pupil. These figures are from the Department of Education website. Brierley Forest School has now been rated inadequate by Ofsted. Would the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People agree this is unacceptable to take the time to apologise for the fact that after 12 years of Conservative government, young people from Carswick and Sutton are suffering some substandard and a poor education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Hollis. I don't usually throw out challenges to colleagues in this room, but I suppose I'd start by asking Councillor Hollis whether he was taught about brevity and the ability to deliver a question rather than a statement when he's providing his supplementaries. You said you still can't tell my view, so I'll just go back to the beginning. The short answer to this hypothetical but closed question is no. I most certainly don't believe what you would attempt to imply in the question.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We move on to question 2 from Councillor Rodney concerning the withdrawal of the 141 bus route.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this year, Trent Barton announced from the 3rd of August they were cancelling evening buses on the 141 bus route that goes from Sutton in Ashfield to Nottingham. This bus serves over a dozen communities across Nottinghamshire, along with Kingsmill Hospital and City Hospital. On a post on their website, Trent Barton has said, due to the withdrawal of the Nottinghamshire County Council funding, last week they announced that from September the 4th, they were scrapping the service altogether. Over 3,000 residents, Mr. Chairman, have signed our petition against the scrapping of this vital service, despite members opposite advising people not to sign the petition. Can the Chairman please outline what discussions this Council have had with Trent Barton about the scrapping of the 141 bus service and detail how much funding has been withdrawn by this County Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rodney. Councillor Neil Clark to reply.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Councillor Drosny for popping in to ask this question.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Neil Clark, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a very serious question, but marred by so much misinformation. But why spoil a story with giving the actual true facts? It is frustrating that the printed media publish press releases that have been given to them without checking whether they are true or consulting with the County Council first to check the facts, and thus the media misleading the public. The start of the question starts by claiming, as Councillor Zadrozny iterated, earlier this year Trent Barton announced that from August the 3rd they were cancelling evening buses on the 141 bus route. Was that this year, Mr. Chairman? No. Was that last year? No. Was that the year before? No. That August the 3rd was in 2014, 8 years ago, as confirmed by Trent Barton. So I can confirm, Mr. Chairman, that no County Council funding has been withdrawn from the 141 service during this administration or by the Council at all in relation to that 141 service. And also the Council's current £2,900 a month support for this route is still available, is still current and continues to be paid. So there's been no withdrawal of funding from this Council at all, Mr. Chairman, for that service, even though it was claimed in the media that that was the case. As far as discussions with Trent Barton are concerned, as part of our bus network review required by the Bus Service Improvement Plan, officers have held regular meetings with all bus operators to help identify any at-risk services
to ensure we are well placed to respond to any proposed withdrawals. However, Trent Barton informed us last Friday, the 1st of July, that they would be issuing a media release to withdraw the service, their decision, from September the 4th, as it is no longer commercially viable, even with the continuing County Council subsidy. Removing it will also, from their perspective, relieve some of the pressure caused by persistent driver shortages, as far as Trent Barton are concerned. And of course, the reason for that withdrawal of the service by Trent Barton is because the bus recovery grant comes to an end then, which obviously reduces the support that the government is paying direct to Trent Barton, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with Tom Morgan, Group Director at Trent Barton, on Monday, just gone, and again on Tuesday, and discussed the issue with him. He confirmed that the route is no longer commercially viable, and he confirmed that that August the 3rd was 8 years ago. Trent Barton confirmed it. So he confirmed it was no longer commercially viable, and that Trent Barton wished to withdraw from the route in order to provide greater resilience to their other services. Following the announcement, officers are working hard to develop a range of options to provide alternative bus services, and officers will therefore be bringing forward tenders in the coming days to provide suitable alternative solutions in time for that withdrawal. It is worth restating that as a council, we do compare well with other authorities in terms of the funding that we prioritise for local buses. We have been successful in securing £31 million of bus service improvement plan funding and expect to be awarded £3.9 million for supporting Nottinghamshire bus services through the COVID recovery period. And, Mr. Chairman, this is in addition to the £4.1 million per year core investment to supply local services that we provide. However, it's an ongoing situation, Mr. Chairman, and I am arranging further discussions with Trent Barton, and I've agreed to meet with the Managing Director who returns from holiday, meets with him on Monday, and I'm inviting all divisional members through which the route runs to join that meeting as well, as they are all affected. But I don't envisage the situation to be changed as far as Trent Barton are concerned and the service. I am also writing to all local members that are impacted by Trent Barton's decision, and of course we'll keep them informed as we look to develop alternative service provision for the affected communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Zrodny, do you have any?
Dozens of supplementaries, Chairman, but I will keep them small. I stand with some astonishment that you've treated this with such levity, given 3,000 people are about to have signed a petition and tens of thousands of people are going to be cut off from accessing work or hospital or schooling. And I find it incredulous, the answers that you've tried to push forward, and not least calling Trent Barton an outright liar. Let me get some of the facts straight, because if Councillor Taylor was marking your homework, it would have said, please do better. I think, firstly, the bus routes have been axed from this August. The buses stop at 6 p.m. There was a last one at 8 p.m. That's about to be axed. Not 2014. I don't know what bit of quick Googling you did, but it wasn't good enough. Secondly, you said no funding has been axed from this county council. That is a statement from Trent Barton that have said the better bus funding routes and the COVID recovery routes, the grant funding has stopped from this county council, despite the county council having £17 million in the bank unspent of this budget. They'll watch the 141 service degrade to nothing. And thirdly, you said, Councillor Clark, that you did incredibly well securing £30 million million of funding from the government, one of the questions I think should be, do you want to admit now that that's only a third of the money that you applied for? A third of the money you bid in for. Now I noticed that you mentioned the meeting on Monday, which was the meeting that I arranged with the Managing Director, Jeff Council. You're very welcome to attend, and I notice you've invited other colleagues. You're very welcome to attend.
Councillor,
You've piggybacked that.
Councillor, could we have a question, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So at that meeting, Councillor Clark, will you address Mr. Council, the Managing Director of Trent Barton, his statement that blames this council for axing the 141 for the council removing their funding? Will you address that in my meeting that I'm chairing, that you're welcome to attend on Monday? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some interesting statements there, continuing to be misleading. The information about August the 3rd, 8 years ago, in 2014, is direct from the directors of Trent Barton, not me. That's Trent Barton confirming that. And also regarding the continuation of the funding, officers of this council have confirmed, and I explicitly asked for continued reassurance that it was the case. There has been no withdrawal of funding for this 141 service by this county council. Therefore, they're completely wrong statements that Councillor Zadrozny is making, and I've no idea what meeting he is chairing. I requested a meeting with the Managing Director of Trent Barton, and he has acceded to that request, and I'm meeting with him on Monday afternoon, and as I said, I am inviting all members who are affected by that route. They are welcome to attend and hear what Trent Barton has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We move on to question 3 from Councillor Lee Waters about the impact of inflation on this council this year.
Thank you, Chairman. Could the Cabinet Member for Finance quantify the impact of inflation on this council this year, the rise in national insurance and the rise in energy prices? Thank you.
Councillor Richard Jackson to reply.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can I thank Councillor Waters for his question, not least because it gives us the opportunity this afternoon to reassure the public of Nottinghamshire that we are well placed to weather the storm of inflation and to continue to deliver the services that they rely on. The likely impact of inflation for the coming year is estimated in our council budget reports every February, and then on an ongoing basis by financial monitoring reports. These reports were taken to Finance Committee prior to the changes in governance arrangements and are now received by myself and then published under the new Cabinet and Leader model. We know that inflationary pressures have been impacting this council in several ways. And now these include higher prices for building and construction materials, along with a shortage for these materials. It includes staffing costs, particularly in social care sector, but also including catering, facilities management, drivers, and in our own staffing, largely due to competition from other industries paying higher salaries. And of course, we're facing large rises in both gas and electricity prices for reasons that have been widely discussed and documented at the national and international level. So I won't go over that issue again here this afternoon. The County Council has taken steps to, when constructing this year's budget, to set aside reserves to manage these issues in the short term. This is the kind of careful and prudent management that our residents are entitled to expect from us. One of the measures that has protected us from harshness of the rise in electricity and gas prices has been our forward thinking in buying energy well in advance and at fixed prices, providing us with some security about the levels of funding which we will need, even though the cost of these packages will gradually increase. Likewise, our continuing investment in the rollout of LED street lighting technology is paying off better than expected, with reduced energy consumption and reduced costs compared to with what we would have been paying to maintain the old style of lighting. Inflation has an impact both on our revenue and our capital programmes. As far as capital is concerned, it's each individual budget holder's responsibility to ensure every effort is made to manage their programmes within approved funding envelopes. Where this is not possible, issues with capital budgets must be raised as early as possible through our monthly capital monitoring exercises. Subsequently, if necessary, approval will be sought to vary the capital programme through a latest estimated cost report or through the usual capital approval channels. We saw some impact from inflation on our capital programme during the last year and will continue to monitor this going forward. In the case of our revenue budgets, the Council does not automatically provide increases, inflation increases, that is, to annual cash limit budgets. On an annual exercise is taken to review all cost pressures along with inflation bids, with the expectation that budget holders will review all possible savings or other cost avoidance measures. Where necessary, additional costs such as material price inflation will be considered as part of the regular medium-term financial strategy updates that will be included in the annual budget report approved by Council in February of each year. The financial monitoring report that will be brought to Cabinet next week and was published yesterday indicates that the forecast outturn may see an overspend of about £4.4 million, with inflationary pressures appearing in the areas of looked after children, highways and schools catering. We also face significant challenges in the adult social care market. Therefore, plans will be brought to that Cabinet meeting to use a combination of central government grant and our own reserves set aside from last year to implement measures in this sector. No overspend is forecast on adult social care and public health budgets. It's fair to say that the inflationary challenges facing us are similar to those facing councils across the country. The Local Government Association and the County Councils Network have both been vocal in recent weeks about the additional pressures being felt by their member authorities. New figures based on research conducted by the CCN and the Society of County Treasurers reveal that the estimated cost of inflation in the current financial year for 40 of England's largest councils, including us, has risen by 92% in just 3 months since they set their budgets in March. With the UK's inflation rate rising from 5.5% at the start of the year to 9% this spring, and global costs rising, the research estimates that councils' costs from inflation have risen from £789 million as predicted in March when they set budgets to £1.5 billion as of last month, leaving a shortfall nationally of £729 million of additional unfunded costs. The CCN points out that county authorities are particularly exposed to these rising costs because of the nature of delivering services in large rural areas. Likewise, at the recent LGA conference, the chairman, James Jameson, said, and I'll quote him, "Soaring inflation, energy prices and national living wage pressures are putting council services at risk. Inflation is not going to come down overnight. Only with adequate long-term funding to cover increased cost pressures and invest in local services and the right powers can councils deliver for their communities, tackle the climate emergency and level up all parts of the country." So, Chairman, the major bodies representing us in local government, of which we play our part, are making very strong representations to central government about the cost pressures that we face, and this lobbying will no doubt continue in the coming months. What we still need to remember is that any extra funding we receive comes ultimately from taxpayers, and central government departments face the same inflationary pressures themselves. It would be wrong to suggest that the challenge facing local government can all be solved simply by the new Chancellor of the Exchequer signing a bigger cheque. At a local and national level, we need to find ways of absorbing these pressures through careful prioritisation and careful financial management. As I pointed out many times, this County Council's prudent and proactive approach to budgeting over the past decade has left us better equipped than many other authorities to chart a safe course through these turbulent times. We have sufficient reserves at present to cover any overspends in this current year's budget, and we will continue to monitor the situation in our usual detailed and transparent way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Waters, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It was interesting to hear about some of the energy price and hedging in your answer, so perhaps we can expand on that in a moment. On the 14th of March this year, it's revealed that 1.985 million has been allocated to Adult Social Care Department base budget to be applied to adult social care services commissioned from the independent sector providers. This was to pay for Tory broken promises not to raise national insurance. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? We have a ridiculous situation that when the smarter working strategy kicks in, we are paying to heat and power largely empty offices. At a recent meeting with health bosses, it was revealed that the energy bill at Kingsmill Hospital alone had gone up 2.8 million in a year. Our bill must be larger. What concrete steps are we taking to reduce bills and negotiate contracts?
Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr Chairman. We've regularly, in the Old Finance Committee, of which Councillor Waters was a member, we discussed the fixed-term energy contracts we've got, and there are a lot of them. They don't mean that we'll avoid increases in energy costs forever, but they do mean we've got a run-in to increase costs as those contracts come up for renewal. And so we are protected for quite some time in that, and that was obviously the right decision to have taken at the time. In terms of, I'm not quite sure why there's a criticism, the government increased national insurance to pay for adult social care and health, and in doing so, funded back organisations such as ourselves who provide adult social care and health, so that there's no net cost to us in that national insurance increase, and I would have thought all parties would welcome the fact that we're not hit by that, and our budgets aren't hit by that. There's a reasonable point about empty buildings, and it's something that Councillor Gillen is constantly reviewing. I think he'll probably come on to that in a question later on. Later on this afternoon. We're not actually responsible for Kingsmill, Keith, are we? No. I don't think we will. As far as our empty buildings go, look, the whole point of the Investing in Nottinghamshire strategy, which Keith is never shy to talk about and bang the drum for, is it's about putting people in more energy efficient, more suitable buildings, which ultimately will bring down the costs of lighting and heating those buildings.
Can I put on the record, I'm not...
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Thank you, Little and Large. Yes. Move on to question 4 from Councillor Capehall regarding government funding to increasing staffing budgets in line with inflation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Okay. Does the Deputy Leader agree with me that Nottinghamshire County Council should see a rise in government funding to ensure that staffing budgets can afford to rise in line with inflation? And if so, will the Deputy Leader, confirm to the Council today his intention to advocate for more government funding for our hard-working council staff?
Thank you, Councillor Fall. Councillor Bruce Lawton to reply.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. As the Cabinet Member for Finance has just given us a long speech on exactly what the impacts of this will be, he is going to answer this question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chairman. The Leader was going to endorse my response to the previous question, so I'll endorse my own response to the previous question. Can I thank Councillor Foll for her question, a lot of which, as I've said, has already been covered in my previous response. We obviously know that inflationary pressures will impact the Council in many areas, including staffing costs, as she points out. We've seen problems around recruitment and retention, particularly in the social care sector, and we're currently in the process of addressing these challenges through our Transformation and Change programme. But as I've already mentioned, these pressures are also likely to affect catering, facilities management, drivers and our own staffing, largely due to competition from other industries who are able to pay high wages. Truth is that we're already lobbying for support from government on this and we have been for some time. We're all in the same boat on this, as inflation is having a knock-on effect across all aspects of life. As I've already highlighted, all major bodies representing us in local government, the LGA, the CCN, Society of County Treasurers, of which we play a significant role in all of them, are already making very strong representations to government about the cost pressures that we face. This lobbying will continue. It's not down to any one area to find this funding. Some may have to come from government, but we must also investigate other areas and other sources of funding. This County Council has taken steps, as I've already said, when constructing the budget this year to set aside reserves to manage these pressures, often criticised by opposition parties who would have had us spend those reserves, Mr Chairman, as you know. This is the kind of careful and prudent management, as I've already said, that residents are entitled to expect from us. Inflation has an impact both on our revenue and our capital programmes. It's in each individual budget holder's responsibility, as I've said previously, to ensure that every effort is made to manage their capital programmes within the approved funding envelopes. Where it's not possible, capital budgets must be raised as early as possible through our monthly capital monitoring exercises. We're well aware of the most significant challenges we face, which are in the adult social care market, and therefore plans are being brought forward to the next Cabinet meeting to use a combination of government grant and our reserves to set aside from last year to implement pressures in this sector, and no overspend is forecast, as I previously said. We're obviously not alone, and it's fair to say that inflationary challenges facing Nottinghamshire County Council are similar to those facing others across the country, but as I said earlier, we are better placed than many to cope with them. We need to find ways locally and nationally of absorbing these pressures, and I will highlight again that we have sufficient reserves at present to cover any overspends in this current year's budget, and will continue, as I said previously, to monitor the situation in the transparent way that we always have done. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Fole, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you for that, and I'm glad to hear that you're lobbying. And I just if you could just bear with me just 1 minute, I just probably need to declare an interest because I'm chair of the Employers Board at East Midlands Councils, and in that capacity, I've now chaired 2 meetings with employers specifically about concerns over the funding gap to pay, and that's specifically what I'm talking about. Nothing else. The funding gap to kind of fund a fair pay for our workers here. And I know that, and also in that capacity, it was agreed that I should write to all East Midlands MPs to set out the problem, which I've done. So Councillor Bradley should have had that letter by now. Over 70 councillors turned up for that meeting. Such is the real kind of concern of employers. I really would like you to acknowledge that very specific point. I understand, I mean, Councillor Jonathan Wheeler actually came to that meeting too, so perhaps he can kind of feed into this. And I know we gave them a day off here to say thank you, but, you know, you can't eat that or kind of pay the rent with it, can you? So I just wanted to kind of just really focus in on this question. You've said about recruitment and retention, which kind of I appreciate and kind of agree with. If you agree that it's really threatening our good service quality of delivery, which I think it's bound to, it's all very well saying, well, you know, we're not going to overspend. Well, if you're going to give a decent pay rise, you will. I've seen those figures, and I think you will have seen them as well. You cannot avoid the fact that you need more money if you're going to pay staff at this council and across the country a decent pay rise. They've taken pay levels, a cut in pay levels nationally in the last 10 years of 27%. That's surely one of the reasons why there's recruitment and contention when you can actually earn more, you know, stacking shelves in a supermarket, which is one of the things that regularly crops up, isn't it? So that's a key factor. So I'd like you to acknowledge that, and also, if so, are you prepared to speak up clearly and loudly for our staff and the public sector across the country if you're really serious about long-term sustainable funding and levelling up? And if you really want to level up and actually reduce inequality, decent pay for our workers is actually surely one of the things that's actually going to deliver that better than any of this kind of ring-fence funding stuff. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jackson, are you taking this? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, Councillor Fole makes the point about the regional pay board and the meeting that you discussed, and I had a long conversation with Jonathan about it a week or so ago after that meeting, so well aware of what's happening, and to some extent, as you well know, the actual figures that come out of that are going to be out of our control, certainly to some extent, and we will have to find the resources to pay whatever comes out of that. Just to put into context the figures that are involved here, in our budget, we assumed something like £10.33 for the foundation living wage. That would have required an extra £10 million funding. It's now looking like it might be more like £10.50. The difference is another 10 million. That's the scale of what we're talking about here. So it's a serious issue. We continue through the leader, particularly. We continue to lobby at the highest levels, whatever they are and look like in the future. I'm sure we'll continue to do that. The point that I just want to come back to again, as much to reassure the public and our staff as anything else, is that we are well placed. Unlike some authorities, you don't have to look too far away from this building to find authorities in a different financial place altogether. We are well placed. We do have levels of reserves that will certainly get us through this in the short to medium term. But in the long run, it's a question of funding, fairer funding review and everything else that's coming down the line. And I don't think any of us, the deputy leader, the leader, myself and officers will tire from banging the drum for better and fairer funding for Nottinghamshire.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Question 5 is from Councillor Paul Henshaw concerning the estimated costs of implementing the government's social care reforms.
Thanks, Chair. Before I actually read the question out, I'd just like to do a brief preamble just to set the scene, because I know Councillor Barney's sort of in tune with what's happening. You know, the adult social care levy that was mentioned for ring fencing will raise about 36 billion. And as
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, please. Isn't this veering away from the questions are supposed to be asked as questions? Surely there are no speeches allowed prior to questions.
It's not a speech, it's a preamble.
If it's...
Thank you for... I'll follow the direction of the chair.
Can you be very brief, Paul, because it is supposed to be just purely a question.
Yeah, thank you,
even on the
Chair. I
supplementary.
always try and be brief. And
So you always
perhaps
preamble.
people don't want to listen to me. Anyway, mentioning the social care precept, 5.4 billion will only be invested in social care, so that's going to create a problem. And also couple that with the problems that are coming when we allocate the amount of money someone can keep before they get free to have to pay for the social care. That's again going to cause you a problem. So I'll move on to the questions. Question 5. Where is it? I've lost it. All right, sorry. What will be the estimated cost of implementing the government's social care reforms? And will we be able to mitigate any of these costs to ensure that the quality of and access to our care does not negatively impact upon our services? Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. That what comes of too much preamble. Okay. Councillor Barney to reply, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I'd like to thank Councillor Henshaw for his question and for his preamble, and also to inform the Chamber that there was a preamble to the preamble, because Councillor Henshaw, in his kindness, spoke to me before the session this afternoon to assure me of the opposition's support as we deliver what's going to be an interesting few months ahead. There's a lot going on in the country, isn't there? And we do need to stand together and work together to do our best for the residents of Nottinghamshire. So I really appreciate both your question, your preamble, and your pre-preamble. Long may they continue. Anyway, to get to the point, it's going to take a little while because it's actually quite a long answer that I've got for you, Councillor Henshaw. But like all local authorities with primary responsibility for adult social care, Nottinghamshire County Council must implement 8 pieces of reform to the way it provides these services over the next couple of years. And a paper detailing these reforms, and here it is, it's quite a hefty paper, and the anticipated impact on budgets and staff resources will be presented at the County Council's Cabinet on the 14th of July, so next week. So not to preempt that too much, and in summary, and to summarise for the purpose of this question, I just quickly wanted to go through those 8 pieces of legislation. So firstly, the first one being the introduction of a cap on care costs from October 2023, where we will see the introduction of an 86,000 cap on the amount anyone in England will spend on their personal care over their lifetime. Secondly, changes to the rates the County Council pays registered providers, such as care homes and home care organisations, through the Fair Price for Care mechanism. Thirdly, an introduction of an integrated care board and an integrated care partnership, as we've referred to this morning, to deliver joined-up care for the population under the Healthcare Act 2022 and the government's Build Back Better plan for growth. Fourthly, a new code of practice for social work in relation to liberty protection safeguards, which were introduced in the Mental Health Capacity Amendment Act of 2019 to replace the previous deprivation of liberty safeguards, or DOLS system. Fifth, changes to the detention and treatment of adults under the new Mental Health Act, which has implications for the adult mental health professional service. Sixthly, new model of care for workforce social care system improvement in relation to disabled facilities, grants and supported houses, re-enablement, prevention and outcomes-based commissioning, and improvements in knowledge and skills training to deliver a healthy, sustainable workforce. I'm getting there. There's 2 more to come. 7, integrated care system and social care within local authorities, which will be subject to assurance through the Care Quality Commission, CQC, which is in addition to the CQC inspection regime that has been in place for many years across local provider services, where the department has been rated good or outstanding consistently in its regulated services, re-enablement, short breaks and shared lives. And finally, you'll be pleased to know, 8th on our list of statutory things that we need to bring into this council. As part of the integration white paper, we will be required to make improvements to the pooling of budgets, the digital sharing of care records, and the development of joint roles within our workforce in order to better join up the care for the local population. So Councillor Henshaw asks, what will the cost of implementing these reforms be? Well, Chairman, I don't want to preempt completely the paper that will be coming to Cabinet next week, but I can say that in 2014, the Council published the potential capacity and cost requirements for Part 2 of the Care Act, which ranged from 40 million to 51 million, depending on the number of self-funders that came forward. Several planning assumptions have changed since then, and these need to be considered in the modelling, namely, introduction of the 3 conversations approach within social care, the asset threshold and cap value have changed, the type of care cost that counts towards the cap has changed, the economic situation has changed quite dramatically with cost of living increases, meaning that self-funders may come forward at an earlier stage than anticipated. In the report, Preparing for Reform by the County Council Network and Newton, which is a UK-based specialist in operational improvement, the authors conclude that the government could potentially need to spend half of the health and social care levy funded by national insurance increases on these reforms alone by 2032. The report estimates that the total cost of the reforms could be between 5.6 billion and 6.2 billion a year by 2031-32. The levy will generate an extra 12 billion in annual revenue earmarked for both the health service and social care, but only 1.2 billion in each of the next 3 years has been committed to these social care reforms so far. For adult social care, 5.4 billion has been announced nationally over 3 years, from which 1.4 billion has been allocated for market support, split over 3 years. Analysis is being carried out to plan for the financial impact of these reforms on local authorities. It is estimated that the potential cost for the East Midlands between 2022 and 2032 will be 802 million for fair price for care, 614 to 743 million for the over 65s mean test and cap, and 100 million on operational spend. Nottinghamshire County Council is still in the process of modelling to establish an up-to-date estimate of cost for this authority. Based on our work so far, we estimate we could be something in the region of 90 million per annum short of the funding we need from government or any other source to deliver these reforms. The leader of this council, in his capacity as an MP, has spoken in Parliament and made strong representations to ministers regarding this financial challenge, while our corporate director, through the Association of Directors of Adult Social Services, ADAS, has used these channels to make the same points to government. Of course, we have to be as innovative as possible in seeking to meet these costs through internal transformation. So we are also working with other local authorities, again through ADAS, to reduce duplication and achieve economies of scale where we can. That said, we do need to ensure that local authorities with primary responsibility for adult social care delivery receive a realistic amount of new funding to deliver these reforms, especially considering the proactive and effective role we play in reducing the cost burdens falling on the NHS. The focus of funding discussions in the past has often centred on the health and NHS side of delivery rather than the excellent and often proactive and preventative work done by local authorities. It follows, therefore, that with a large amount of health and social care funding levy money now becoming available, we need to ensure the social care element receives a fairer share than perhaps it has in the past. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to go on so long, and thank you, Councillor Henshaw, for your support and also your question.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Councillor Henshaw, do you have a supplementary without
yes,
too much
Chair.
preamble?
I'll never live that one down, will I? Never mind. So, I'd just like to thank Councillor Barney for that in-depth answer to the question. It's done quite a bit for me to reassure me that the subsequent problem is going to be addressed it gives me a certain amount of trepidation that we could end up with a £90 million deficit. So he's touched on this, but would you agree with me, Councillor Barney, that would you agree that you've mentioned the Association of Directors of Adult Social Care and Health, and when Sarah Clinton, who's the current president, came to the Local Government Association, a local government conference last week, she made it quite clear that the government reforms do not address the current concerns, in particular the huge funding gap, and to expect councils to pick the shortfall up out of the council tax. In her words, let's not kid ourselves, this is not going to fix adult social care. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. In terms of agreeing with you, well, I absolutely support the fact that we are in close relationship as well with ADAS, not least through the corporate director, who plays a very senior role, of course, within ADAS. And so, obviously, we very respectfully listen to all they have to say. I think that in terms of the aspirations and why this is falling through the system, getting to where it is at, I think it's fantastic that the government have tried to face up to this huge challenge of how we pay for and fund social care going forward. Hats off to them. Of course, the devil's in the detail, and the fallout from that is what we're now experiencing. How that works, of course, it's not just this local authority, but it's all local authorities across the country in the same boat, will prove whether we've succeeded or otherwise. And I know absolutely, and as I look into the faces across the chamber, we need to make this work. We're going to make it work. We've got a fantastic team of staff here at Notts County Council. The adult social care team through COVID, my goodness, the lengths they've gone to. And what I'm seeing just in the first 2 months of being in this portfolio, I'm absolutely in awe of the courage and the ability of our officers to deliver, and the senior role they're playing, and also that actually of our leader, who I've been personally involved in a number of the conversations he's having at a senior level with MPs. So we are kind of punching a little bit above our weight, probably as a combination of our fantastic officers and the leadership role of our leader down there in government. But that's not to be complacent for a minute. It's not going to be easy. And our staff are also tired. They've been through difficult times. We need to be there for them, and that's what we will endeavour to do, and I hope together, and I'm sure that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. We've got just nearly 8 minutes left, so I think this is probably the last question, because we've had took an average of 10 minutes the last 5. So I call upon Councillor Michelle Walsh about any impact on the proposed increase of ratio of nursery children on the cost of care provision, please.
Yeah, question to the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People. As the government, whatever the government is at the moment, have announced a plan to consult on increasing the ratio of children to nursery in England from 4.1 to 5.1. Does the Cabinet Member agree with the government's intentions to increase this ratio, and whether this will significantly impact the cost of childcare provision in Nottinghamshire? And I should actually quickly declare an interest, and I've only just thought about this because I do have a child that's in childcare. So just thought I'd declare that because I've
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Tracy Taylor to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Welsh, for your question. The Government announced on the 4th of July that the consultation will take place on the changes to ratios for children aged 2 attending nursery settings as part of a wider package of measures to improve the availability and cost of childcare. The consultation is available online at gov.uk website under the heading Childcare Regulatory Changes. It can be circulated to parents, providers and early years professionals, and our Early Childhood Services team will be publishing and promoting this to all providers in the coming days. Currently the ratios are children under 2, 1 adult, 3 children, 2 to 3 year olds, 1 adult, 4 children, and children of 3 to 5 years, 1 to 8 in non-school settings. The proposal is to increase the numbers of 2-year-olds that can be cared for by 1 member of staff from 1 to 4 to 1 to 5, with the belief that this will allow childcare providers to reduce staffing costs and pass that saving on to families. Initial discussions have been held with the Nottinghamshire Early Years Consultation Group, which is made up of representatives from the early years sector, including schools, day nurseries, preschools and childminders. Their responses to this proposal have been mixed. There is concern that this proposed change could impact on the quality of the educational experience for the youngest children who need close supervision and support. And there's a consensus that most providers will maintain the 1:4 ratio in order to ensure quality. The cost of running a childcare business is increasing year on year, and recent changes to the national minimum wage and pension contributions, coupled with recovery from the pandemic, have hugely impacted the sector. We've heard that most providers will be unable to reduce their charges. There's consequently little likelihood of this proposed change making a significant financial impact on the cost of childcare provision. We should emphasise, however, that this is just part of a package of measures proposed, including a proposal to encourage more people into the childminding profession, increased awareness and take-up of tax-free childcare accounts that have a potential saving to parents of £2,000 a year, support for recruitment and retention across the early years sector, and proposals to update the funding formula for the early education entitlement for children aged 2, 3 and 4. So the point I would reiterate at this stage is that this is an ongoing consultation about a proposal. I will listen carefully to the feedback locally, and I'll be interested to hear the views expressed from elsewhere around the country. The government may well adapt its plans based on feedback, so I do not intend to draw any conclusions at this stage. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Walsh, do you have a supplementary?
Yes. On average, childcare costs in 2010 were £4,992. Now it's closer to £12,000 a year, and this clearly cannot go on. However, does the Chairman agree with me that the pandemic has brought about many challenges in early years, and now is not the time to be increasing ratios for toddlers who were actually born during the pandemic and have missed out on so much previously?
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. I think, based on the answer to your initial question, Councillor Welsh, you understand my current thinking that costs are unlikely to reduce even if the ratios increase. And I think I also offered that the feedback and the voices we're hearing so far are that even if the proposal were to be brought in, it is unlikely that childcare providers would actually move to utilise that extra capacity. I was fortunate that I was at home with my children when they were young. I was just in a fortunate position that I didn't have to use childcare facilities. A lot of people in this chamber will have mixed experience of childcare, some being stay-at-home parents, others not. And you've spoken frequently and passionately about your own experiences. Pandemic or otherwise, I think that children who are in the care of our childminders and nurseries deserve the very best quality of care, and I trust our care providers to make sure that they implement ratios which actually suit the needs of their children and families, and that would be the way that I would expect them to conduct their businesses, irrespective of whether this policy proposal comes to fruition or not. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We have down to the last 2 minutes, but we'll just have one more question if members are brief with it, because we've got 2 motions coming forward. Question number 6 is from 7, Councillor David Martin regarding Biofix pothole repair.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like Councillor Clark to bear in mind under the new cabinet system that we are all critical allies of scrutiny. At Billsthorpe last year, as you know, we had a highways review panel. We were shown the correct procedure for filling a pothole. This took at least 5 minutes, and on June the 29th, a video lasting 4 minutes and 13 seconds, was posted on social media. It showed 2 workers from Veer East Midlands, wholly owned by Nottinghamshire County Council, carrying out a pothole repair in Sutton in Ashfield. The video showed the work to fix the pothole lasting 44 seconds, involving chucking a bag of Veerfix into a pothole, levelling it off and then sitting in the van for 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Is this what we would call significantly improving the procedure for fixing our potholes? And as the procedure, do you feel that this was the same as the staff displayed to us at Billsthorpe in the demonstration? Further to this, how many bags of Veerfix has the council used to fix potholes compared to this time last year?
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Neil Clark to reply.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I agree totally. I'm very much in favour of constructive scrutiny, absolutely. So, Chairman, I haven't seen the video to which Councillor Martin refers to in his question. He doesn't give much away as to where he actually saw it. Social media is a broad term. I've asked officers and I've asked other colleagues to search for this video, and nobody can find it. So, therefore, I'm not inclined to be able to give any opinion on a video that nobody can actually find. So I haven't seen it. That might be tarmac evidence. What I can say is that following the work of the Cross-Party Highway Services Review Panel, there's been, as we all know, an additional £12 million of investment into highways, which includes the doubling of the teams, delivering large-scale permanent repairs. And I would like to thank Councillor Martin and his colleagues, Councillor Horace and Councillor Purdy-Horan, for their input, support and agreement during the Highways Review. And in fact, I did make a point of thanking Councillor Martin for his very constructive support and input into the Highways Review, and I continue with that thanks. And that Highways Review did reach a unanimous conclusion. I can't remember whether I've ever mentioned that before, Mr. Chairman, but the recommendations were unanimous. It proves that Councillor Martin and his colleagues, when they're in a constructive mood, rather than tabling attention-seeking questions like this, we can make some progress. Our highways teams are now having a major impact on improving the quality and quantity of repairs delivered, and we are looking to see the equivalent of 20 miles of continuous road permanently repaired during this year, significantly improving roads in this country. And throughout the review, we have been clear that we will need to continue to make urgent safety repairs where necessary, and that's where Viafix will continue to come in. At no stage have I ever said Viafix will be ceased, eliminated completely. For safety reasons, emergency reasons, it's always going to be necessary. All VIA staff are properly trained to make repairs in line with best practice procedures. In fact, there is, I know, another video online featuring one of the construction and maintenance foremen at VIA talking about the work that VIA are currently doing. And that can be found on the County Council Twitter feed, Mr. Chairman. Of course, the safety of highways operatives is vital too, and as such, there are some situations where it is not appropriate for them to spend any more time than absolutely necessary to place material into a road defect to make it safe. I don't know whether this was the case in the instance that Councillor Martin is highlighting, but if he is able to provide more specific details, then I'd be very happy to investigate and provide a further response to him. So, last he did ask about the quantity of Viafix, and just to prove, Mr. Chairman, that the Highways Review unanimous recommendations are proving their worth, I can report to you that we are now, since the Highways Review, using 57% less Viafix than we were prior to the Highways Review. In my view, that's a good achievement and shows continued improvement in the way we work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Martin, do you have a supplementary? If you could be brief, please.
I will, sir.
No preamble.
Thank you. No preamble, no. I'll be happy to provide you with the CCTV footage of the council workers fixing the pothole. The video lasts for 4 minutes and 13 seconds, and the staff were actually only doing work for 44 seconds. This follows from another video I mentioned a few years ago where a worker spent longer smoking a fag than fixing a pothole. This is not the image the County Council wants to portray. It's as a critical ally, but when I see videos on social media like this, we still get the stick about it. And we did agree, you remember even at the Highways Review Panel meeting, that I did criticise the staff because what they showed us was not actually what they do. So thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Councillor Clark.
Only just briefly, Mr Chairman, I'll be very happy to consult with Councillor Martin, and I'm very happy to view videos with... well, hang on, I should rephrase.
I think we'll leave it there, Chair.
To view certain images as appropriate.
Thank you, members. That comes to the end of the questions. The questions that haven't been presented will receive a written answer. Can we now move on to the motion? Notice of the motion, please. Bearing in mind we only have 2 hours left for the end of the meeting. Can I call upon Francis Puren-Horan to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd like to move this council notes that Derby City Council, Derbyshire County Council, Nottingham City Council and Nottinghamshire County Councils are in negotiations to create a combined organisation, that the bid calls for a large number of extra powers to be given to the East Midlands mayoral combined authority from central government. This council notes that the bid calls for any new executive mayor or governor to have the power to introduce an extra precept, an additional section on council tax bills. This will see residents across the 2 counties and 2 cities potentially paying more in council tax every year. This could possibly see council tax bills rise by over £100 at a time when we are living in a cost of living crisis. This council believes this is the wrong time to be raising council tax again, and therefore commits to making it clear during negotiations that Nottinghamshire County Council is against any introduction of a mayoral precept and will write to the partner councils and the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, making this clear. Mr Chairman, in moving this motion, I'd like to say councils work better when members are in agreement. I'd like to thank the now missing leader of the County Council for indicating that he supports the principle of this motion. I'm sorry he's been called away elsewhere. Councillors are aware that we are living in a cost of living crisis. And for example, according to the latest schools census in January 2022, more than a fifth of pupils now claim free school meals, nearly 24,000 in this county. This is a major indicator of poverty. Thousands of families are at breaking point. We've all heard, I assume, various individual stories. Last winter, many of us heard about whether families should choose to heat or eat. And it's possible this winter, many families may no longer even face this choice. They may not be able to do either. With inflation now raging in double figures, going through the roof, energy and fuel costs continuing to go up, with food prices going crazy. I heard the other day some brands of butter is under special security measures in supermarkets, such as the price. It's important, Mr Chairman, that we councillors do our bit to keep a lid on costs. Residents are feeling the pinch and they want a council on their side who will do everything possible to keep bills down. Ask anyone from Aslockton in my division of Bingham East to Worksop in Bassetlaw. If they want a new executive mayor or governor of a massive new combined authority, they'll just look at you in confusion. When pressed, they will tell you they don't care for another layer of local government. They will look at you in horror if there is a prospect of further council tax costs being created by politicians. There's no doubt, Mr. Chairman, that the East Midlands has been dealt a poor hand by successive governments, both Labour and Conservative. The Conservative-led administration of this council made it very clear under the previous leader. And it is true that we have had to look at different approaches in the East Midlands to get a fairer deal from government. According to the government's own 2020-2021 figures, November 21, on identifiable government spending, the East Midlands has the lowest spend per person in the UK of last year, £12,113 per person. This compares unfavourably to the West Midlands at £12,841, over £700 difference. Yorkshire and Humber at £12,637, over £500 person difference. Spend per person in the East Midlands, and I had to look twice at this figure, is 1,301 less than the UK average of £13,414 per person. This is something that I know concerns every single member of this council. I'm not certain, myself, creating another level of bureaucracy will improve this. Experience of other enormous combined authorities in the country show that it doesn't deliver the infrastructure projects envisaged. Just ask Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, where government spending has gone down since before he became mayor. It is a fact that only the regions of London and Northern Ireland have seen any economic growth in recent years, and this in the 13th year of a Conservative-led government. What this motion provides is a firm assurance to residents and a guarantee that the creation of an executive mayor will not increase council tax in Nottinghamshire. In an interview with the Nottingham Post the other day, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Bradley, the leader of Nottinghamshire County Council, explicitly ruled out the introduction of a council tax rise if the new super authority is created if he had his way. This was after the Independent Alliance expressed concerns that residents could see their tax bills increased through the addition of a council tax precept on their bills. If Councillor Bradley is to be believed, then members opposite, Conservative members, face a simple decision today. It's easy. You say that we wanted to bid for everything, laudable as this is, but I can't understand why it's been allowed to include the power for the executive mayor to simply add an extra increased cost on council tax bills. Excuse me. It's a bit like buying a house together with all the fixtures, fittings and furniture, including the angry dog. In Greater Manchester, led by Mayor Andy Burnham, the mayoral precept cost ranges from £68 for Band A right up to £205.90 for Band G. In Nottinghamshire, an additional cost like this would be unacceptable. Councillor Bradley also told the Post that the Independent Alliance have raised this question for full council about a mayoral precept before. And we seem to be going round the same loop. The problem with previous statements, Mr. Ware, is this council has never indicated where it stands. And today we have an opportunity.
You have 1 minute left.
So, in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, I request that council back this motion and vote to reassure residents that we will not use decades of underfunding from successive governments as an excuse to pickpocket council taxpayers yet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you for my promotion. Councillor Martin, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm pleased, Mr. Chairman, to second the motion. Of course, we welcome the support of Ben Bradley, his categoric assurance in the media that he will not back any increase in council created by the increase in council tax created by the creation of a combined authority. When asked if he would rule it out, a mayoral precept this week, he said, "I will." Well, the whole council has the chance today to vote for a council tax guarantee. Let me be very clear. If you fail to vote for a motion, what you are doing is voting for a likely increase in council tax. The power to raise extra revenue will sit like an overdraft in a student's bank account. Whoever becomes mayor or governor won't be able to resist. Residents are turned off when we discuss governance, a bit like when I try to discuss the football offside trap with my wife. When they think of this county council, it's associated with the road issues and pavements. The government have systematically underfunded our region for decades, as Councillor Perdue-Horan stated. A mayoral precept could lead to hard-working taxpayers putting their hands in their pocket yet again. People tell us they just want County Hall to actually get the basics right. Basics like actually fixing our roads and potholes. This year, County Hall put the average council tax up on a Band D equivalent, £62.50 a year. It's risen year on year, and I accept the reason why the Conservative government have axed the revenue support grant year on year since 2010. In 2016, the revenue support grant from the government in Nottinghamshire was 122 million, and this year it was 7. We want to get rid of this easy option, and that is why our council tax guarantee is so important. Government promises about financing local government are not worth the paper they are written on. Michael Gove, before he got sacked, told the councils not to assume they would continue getting support from the government. As Councillor Perdue-Horan has stated, we don't know where we are now with our MTFS. It's a fact that Nottinghamshire County Council charge one of the highest county taxes of a shire county in the country. We need this council tax guarantee today to stop any further rises. What happens on the creation of a combined authority when the government starts to break their promises? They'll continue to pickpocket local residents, and that is unacceptable. If the council tax goes up, like it's done in Greater Manchester, I fear there could be civil disobedience over that issue. We found out that when this council wanted to scrap Ashfield, Bassetlaw, Broxtowe, Gedling, Mansfield and Newark and Sherwood and Rushcliffe in the previous administration, Councillor David Lloyd, the Conservative leader of Newark and Sherwood Council, stated on the 1st of October 2020 that creating one big council in Nottinghamshire was crass, nonsensical, not being thought through, expensive, ill-timed, irrespective of the views of the public, and it's being spoken about by a council that probably delivers the poorest services in the entirety of this country. He was correct, bigger is not always better. Now, Mr Chairman, I'm aware of the plans for a combined authority now include discussions with also Leicester and Lincolnshire. Are these plans out of control? Will these plans end up being, in Councillor Lloyd's own words, expensive and ill-timed, irrespective of the public view? As Councillor Perdue-Horan said, this motion amounts to a choice of vote for it, and if you are voting for a council tax guarantee, a guarantee that's going down the route of charging residents extra money at a time when they can ill afford it. It's always been my understanding that to create a larger combined authority was to bring power and money down from the government and not from out of the pockets of the residents back up the other way. So Just whose side are you on? Please support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Now I need to call members who have indicated to speak. Councillor Bruce Lawton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to propose an amendment. If you circulate that, please. Thank you, I've already got it, yeah.
Chairman, come adjourn.
Have we all received copies?
Okay, ask him to move the motion.
Can I ask Councillor Walsh?
Chairman, just for clarity and to make sure there's accuracy about this motion, and we're talking about mayoral precepts, and I do have quite a bit of knowledge of this, can we make it quite clear what precepts we're talking about here? Because there are sometimes three mayoral precepts that are on a council bill. One is because the mayor evidently in the past has taken over the responsibilities of police and crime commissioner, so one of them is police. The general mayoral precept, which actually in Manchester there are only 2 precepts, actually over 75% of that is for the fire service. It's not for his general use across Manchester. I think that's really important within this motion, because to say we're not going to introduce a mayoral precept when actually we would, because if we had we're in charge of the police, I'm sure the mayor would want some money for the police because the police authority accepts it. Then I want some clarity with regards to this, because this doesn't quite make sense on either of those motions. I'm quite surprised it's got this far, to be honest, because it doesn't make sense. What precept are we talking about here that we're not going to accept?
Okay, thank you very much. So what we'll need to do with the chairman's indulgence is take an adjournment for 5 minutes, and we will read from the pro forma that this council submitted along with the other councils involved in the devolution deal, and read the language which is in that pro forma, because that's the way the government has asked us to express ourselves. So we'll have to shuffle about on Adrian's laptop to find it, and then we'll read it to you, Councillor Welsh, so you can hear it in the same way that we have submitted our expression of interest.
So if you just, members, if we just have 5 minutes while we clarify things. Thank you, members.
Okay.
The Chief Executive is going to clarify.
So what my colleague Adrian, Corporate Director for Place and Deputy Chief Executive, will read for you is the excerpt from the pro forma that we submitted, which will use the language the government uses for this issue, and the language that is contained in the draft deal documents, and make a conclusion from those two portions of text. Adrian?
Yeah, thank you. So firstly, members, from the submission that the partners provided to government back in March, which was where we took the powers that were on offer from the white paper and selected those that we wanted to seek to negotiate. The statement is the ability to introduce mayoral precepting on council tax, and that sits within a section called Financing Local Initiatives, and as has been referred to, the partners in the region ticked yes to that box, and that gets translated through into the draft deal text, which I should stress is subject to ongoing negotiations, and it reads as follows: the mayor will have the power to issue a precept on local council tax bills to help pay for the mayor's work. This precept can only be raised for mayoral functions. Of course, those are being currently defined and shaped through the negotiations. We conclude, therefore, that that means the general provision, and it is not the specific that relates to, for example, Fire Authority or Police and Crime Commissioner, which would be dealt with separately in other components of the deal. So I hope that clarifies for the purposes of the debate.
Does that clarify things, members?
Okay.
Thank you. Yep. Councillor Lawton, would you like to propose a motion?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Adrian. Right. Of course, we can happily accept the premise and the commitment to opposing any proposed rise in direct costs to residents through a combined authority. There's no council tax involved, but I assume the motion actually refers to the idea of a mayoral precept. And so my group would be very happy to support the amended version of the motion, which is true to that principle, not least, of course, because Councillors Purdue, Horan and Martin will no doubt be aware that Ben already declared publicly on more than one occasion that he did not and would not support any rise in precept, and there are no plans to do so, and that actually this has already been set out in formal position of the Council as it appears in black and white in the Cabinet papers for next week, published yesterday. So nobody should be under any illusions, Mr. Chairman, that there are absolutely no plans at all to introduce such a measure, and that the Council would not support them, and neither would myself nor the leader. There is a need to make some small changes to the language. Here, though, Chairman, first the motion says the bid calls for tax rises. Well, that is not quite right. The power of a combined authority or mayor to do that is part of most deals, but it's really nobody is calling for it. I don't accept that premise. And in fact, I'm confident that if you ask those councils and leaders involved, very few would want to see that happen. But that power is a counterbalance, understandably, in the eyes of the government has powers to make more local decisions that cost money, has to be balanced with the power to raise that money. That's devolution, that's local autonomy. But in practice, only 2 out of 9 of the CAs use that power, both Labour-led, as it happens, and I should add in Manchester and Liverpool, and the vast majority do not, and we have no plans to do so here. I do not accept the premise that anyone is calling for it. The original motion says it will see rises. Of course, that is pure conjecture and not based on evidence. I also don't recognise this £100 figure either. So far as I can tell, it's just plucked out of thin air. So, of course, I'm not going to recognise that figure in any of the decisions we make today. In fact, it's just been pointed out by Councillor Purdue Horan, who came up with, I think it was 3 different figures. The motion refers to the council tax, which would remain the responsibility of the council and not the mayor. And I think he actually means a mayoral precept, which you might argue in such as maybe the same thing, but let at least be accurate and factual in what we say. Finally, any decisions to raise levies or not raise levies will be local decisions taken in conjunction with the existing local authorities such as ourselves, and so there is little point writing to national government, particularly at this present point of time, about about it. I mean, I don't know. Here you go. This is written. And I don't know who the minister even is. So, for starters, to write to, but the whole basis of devolution is what we decide. Local leaders decide, not national ones. That's a local conversation. So our position needs to be made clear locally. We have a productive and helpful line of conversation open with the DLUHC through our negotiations. And there's no sense in going around that channel or ignoring that channel to send a message that is not relevant to them anyway. It would only complicate things, stick a spanner in the works, really, and I think that's what the original motion has an aim to do. And complicate things. I'm more than happy to write to make our... Sorry, Ben is more than happy to write to make his position clear where it's most relevant, and that is here within Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, where these decisions will be taken. It's the whole idea of going down the devolution route, is it not? Our partners across the area, council colleagues, will not be surprised to hear me reiterate that I don't wish to see any local precept applied by any future mayor, and that I and Ben and this council would oppose any such plans to introduce one. As I said, Mr. Chairman, that's not news. That's been our position certainly for some time, and it is the cabinet, as it is in the cabinet papers for next week, with a view for it to become this council's formal position and the formal position that we will take. Our devolution deal is set to support residents to bring additional money to our county, to bring prosperity, to create new jobs, to help us direct our education and skills system to support both businesses and local people, to help us boost our transport infrastructure, and much, much more. That is what devolution is all about, and that's what we've been calling for many, many, many years. Here is our opportunity. Let's grasp it with both hands. So, I hope that makes sense, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we are happy to reiterate our stance that we don't think this new structure should come at a direct cost to local people through any kind of precept. I'm happy to make that position absolutely clear once again, and I hope that in accepting that premise, members from all sides will find it within themselves to support the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor Barnfather, to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Formally second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much. Do any members want adjournment, or are you quite happy to carry on straight into debate?
No, well, it depends whether they have
It depends whether you have adjournment. Okay.
So the chairman's offering any member an adjournment if you want to consider the amendment. If we don't take an adjournment, then the question is put to the mover of the original motion whether they would like to accept the amendment. So it's your choice. You can have a few minutes to think about it, or we can go straight to that point. Okay. Okay, 10 minutes.
Okay, a 10-minute adjournment then. Okay, thank you. Members, please take your seats. Thank you, members. Time is getting on if we want to get both motions through. Councillor Pugh Harden, do you accept the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've understood the definition provided by Mr. Smith, and I'm happy to accept the amendment moved by Councillor Lawton.
Yeah. So the amendment now becomes the new motion, and I would take people who wish to speak to the motion. Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's really good, actually, that we've found some mild consensus, although I think it's fair to say that some of the things in the amendment we don't necessarily support. But I think in the spirit of moving this forward, and certainly some of the outcomes, certainly I support that. But I think there's importance to have a bit of clarity. And I mean, some of the things that Councillor Lawton said, I found slightly confusing. Like, why are we writing to the government? Well, it's the government that, in his words, are devolving the power, although I wouldn't use that phrase myself. So that's why we're writing to the government. Clearly, from what Mr. Smith said, there is some grey area about what the definition of a mayoral precept actually is, although that is still being defined. But what certainly is clear is that they will have, potentially, under the current arrangements, the power to raise a precept. And I think there's also seemingly some confusion with the Labour group about what this means, because I appreciate every mayor is different, and the word mayor necessarily doesn't define what this role is. But the actual fact is they'll have no control over the police and crime powers at this early stage, and there's no inclination that there's going to take over the fire authority. So both those precepts were separate, as Councillor Welsh was maybe unsure about. I mean, the cynic in me would suggest that the reason why they aren't being suggested is because, of course, an MP couldn't run for the Crime Commissioner roles at the same time. So not having those tasks would leave an MP the chance to run for the new mayor as well. But maybe that's just my own opinion. What I am concerned about, and where I do see some hypocrisy, just as a rule to this, you know, we all like to sit here and listen to the Conservatives speak about unitary authorities, and our most highest paid member of staff in Anthony May's time was virtually solely taken up with exploring the unitary status. But the main argument, which arguably I could agree with, even though I disagreed with it, was the fact that it simplified it. There was one organisation. Whereas now, seemingly, what we're pushing with this is an extra layer of bureaucracy, not simplify it. So we're going from two, or if you've got excluding parishes, 2 layers of government to a 3rd layer of government. And the whole reason I'm an independent is because I believe that decisions should be made as close to democracy as possible, not taking it further up. So let's not be under any illusion that there is going to be a lot of powers centralised, i.e. powers from districts and boroughs taken up to this mayor, and powers from the county taken up, particularly some of the more strategic stuff. So that's my concern. I mean, I don't recognise some of the devolved stuff. I don't think suddenly this person who may or may not be elected to this role would suddenly swoop in like an Andy Burnham style mayor who has considerably more power than what's being suggested here. But the whole purpose of this motion is, and I think that's what all members should be aware of, some of the things that have just been said there. The whole purpose of this motion is how much is it going to cost? And to take you back to the arguments you used against us in the unitary status was bureaucracy costs money. Adding this extra layer of bureaucracy will of course cost money. It will have, the mayor will be getting paid, the chief executive will be getting paid, the senior officers there will be getting paid. Where's that money coming from? The taxpayer. That's my big concern. And if the government wants to give us money to do stuff in Nottinghamshire, give it to us anyway. We've got a real big organisation with considerably, as other councillors have said, good officers. We've got the capability in Nottinghamshire to spend that money now. We've got joint committees with the City Council, D2N2. We've got organisations there to bring stuff down. We don't need this extra. And of course, it's going to hit the pockets of residents directly in two forms. Either a precept being levied against us as organisation, Nottinghamshire County Council and Ashfield District Council, with my hat from the other place, and all your other districts and boroughs, but it's highly likely, as was evident in what Mr Smith said, that this person can claim a direct levy if they choose to. So I think they're my two concerns, but I certainly am very happy to see the last sentence that actually says our position against it. And I think that's really good to put on record that we as a council disagree with any sort of direct precept being levied. So they're kind of my concerns, and also pleased to see some steps in the right direction. But I do think it's worrying to be setting up an extra layer of costly bureaucracy, which only 6 months ago on the blue benches were being argued against. But thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Horace. I have no more. Oh, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chairman. I rise to support this, particularly that last paragraph there. Having been involved over many years, as Anthony has been, we were in the first bit that failed at the last fence in 2016. This one is moving on. There is a victory in a way for, we are retaining the smaller councils like myself at Gedling and Rushcliffe, etc., which is a good thing. So that was one win with it. But the only way we're going to get through now is by partnerships. This mayoral office will be a mayoral office. It will be the government closer to the people of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, where instead of going down to Westminster and with a begging bowl, we'll be taking the begging bowl wherever they're situated. But we've got to look to the future now. I mean, we're in such a mess all over the place. And one of the things, and you know, Chairman, is feeding the country. We've got to look at that. Well, if we can do it collectively and we make sure that we've got all those things, we've got supply chains and everything else through this bigger authority. The only reason I was against it originally was the fact that we were just wiping us out completely and as one big unitary. Now we've got those tiers, because I've mentioned before in this council chamber and others, to collect the waste. Yes, we're all going to have depots all over the place. They're already established, but it needs somebody at that top now. And to support Ben, and I don't want to be crucified by my left wing or whatever wing it is, but to support Ben, he's been adamant with this, as have the other leaders, that we will not support a precept by the new mayor, whoever he or she is. So I support this. Thank you.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Kerry-Fowle.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid I'm no expert on this. I'm going to have a go at trying to kind of explain what our concerns are and what our position is, but for the members who could like to kind of chip in and put me right if I'm wrong, I'd appreciate it. And clearly I think we could have done a little bit more clarity. What the precept is actually for and how it will be kind of utilised is absolutely key in this. I mean, Councillor Walsh, for example, has explained that actually in Manchester, which is much suggested as an example, although it is quite different from our devolution deal. I think we really need to understand that. A Manchester devolution deal is quite different from a D2N2 one. I think apart from that, some of the money that the mayoral used from the precept was actually used to save money elsewhere. So say, for example, kind of tackling homelessness. So I think this is something that actually is becoming a very black and white issue. Should you pay tax, should you not? I think it's much more complicated than that, and I don't think either of these motions actually do it justice. But I think we are prepared to actually kind of accept the amendment at this stage. Okay, so we agree with some of this motion, but what we're keen to do is make it clear that Nottinghamshire residents should not bear the cost of setting up a mayoral combined authority. That's what we think the issue is here. In effect, they'll be paying for their own levelling up, which is really just wrong. I'm glad you took the £100 council tax out of it, Bruce, because that just seems rather random, and I'd like to know what the basis of that is, and just clearly for a media headline. And just to give it some context, the council tax paid by Ashfield residents is in the top 5% nationally, for reasons I'm sure you'll be able to explain at some stage. At 341 out of 362 of all councils, whereas Wigan in Manchester, which is a combined authority, is at 55 over 360. So much less taxes levied in Manchester than it is in Ashfield. And I think just to say, well, actually, a combined authority automatically leads to a rise in local tax isn't the case, particularly if, say, for example, taking the Manchester example, it's paid for good preventative work that actually saves costs elsewhere. The Treasury, I just want to have a look for a moment at the inequalities, because I've got another argument to make in a minute. So look at inequalities in spending across the region. I mean, we all know this now, but I think we really need to keep repeating it and making the case. The Treasury annually publishes analysis of regional public spending and investment. Relative to the rest of the country, in real per person terms, the East Midlands get the least in public spending nationally, the least in terms of capital expenditure, the least in terms of transport. I think Councillor Purdy-Horn, you listed some of this, didn't you, really? And the least in terms of housing community. So overall, we get more than £1,000 less per person than the England average. Just look at rail spending, for example, and nobody mentioned HS2. On rail spending, each Londoner gets over £6 of public money spent on rail service for every pound that is paying for the government up here in the East Midlands. And that's been the case for the last decade. So we've got a long, long way to go before Nottinghamshire residents get a fair deal. And the regional equality gap is massive and has been for an awful long time. One of the things I was going to ask as well, given the chaos that is currently going on in Westminster, one of the things I was going to ask you in the executive report, which is why I asked, if we could make comment, is our levelling up funding still secure, given that Gover's now gone? I think that's something that it would be really helpful if you could give us an answer to that, because I know that you've been taking the time to actually go and talking to residents, explaining to them what levelling up bids that you put in for them. So I think that is something we would really kind of need to know. But with Michael Gove sacked and Neil O'Brien gone from government, this is a real opportunity, we think, Labour thinks, for further consultation and engagement in Nottinghamshire residents on the future they want to see. I understand the new Minister for Levelling Up has just been announced as Greg Clark. There you are. I don't know whether he still is, but there you are. There we go. Indeed. He was Minister for, and we looked him up, are you impressed with this? He was Minister for Decentralisation in the Cameron government from 2010 to 12. So is that a good omen for us? Okay, are we going to get a better deal on devolution that's real, local, proper, bottom-up devolution? No one on the doorstep, and it's already been said, no one on the doorstep have ever said to me they're desperate for a mayor. They want good services and they want them delivered when and where they need them, and they want to be listened to. That's what they deserve. That's what we're here for.
15 seconds, Councillor.
Okay, so we don't need to settle for Gove's vision and is do what we say and we'll give you the cash approach. There's reference to this kind of, I know, in the Cabinet report in page 85. I won't go into the detail of that, but that's reference. But there is no evidence that this council can put up his hand up to show that the public are in support of a combined authority as things are currently. We haven't asked them. So we should make clear our attention to consult Nottinghamshire residents on their views of any proposed devolution settlement. And we now need to know what the East Midlands region can expect to receive to reach parity with the rest of the UK and truly level up in Nottinghamshire.
Thank you, Councillor Vole. Councillor Michelle Walsh.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't speak too long about this, although I do feel quite passionately about devolution, if that hasn't come across already. I actually believe that devolution has the huge potential to make absolute huge benefits to every single community in Nottinghamshire. And like what Councillor Kate Fowle has just said, what I believe is a debate and discussion around devolution needs to keep going, because one of the things that is significantly left out of there, which I think could have a huge impact, especially in the north of the county, used to do with health and well-being and addressing our health inequalities, which actually, if we were to look in Greater Manchester, has actually made strides forward with working with health and social care together. That's the first thing. When I saw this motion, I was incredibly frustrated, and the reason I'm frustrated is if people actually bothered to look and read about devolution, particularly in Greater Manchester, I know it's not absolutely perfect, but they would see what the mayoral precept actually has done. So I'm not saying that I am for a mayoral precept, I'm not saying that I think that council taxes should increase, but the fact remains the general mayoral precept, over 75% of that goes to fire services. The rest of that, which is a minimum amount of money, goes to the mayor's main projects in Manchester, which evidently since 2017 has reduced homeless across Greater Manchester by over 67%. The reason that's important is because Every single borough in Greater Manchester, on average, pays less council tax, which includes the general mayoral precept, than anywhere in Nottinghamshire. Whether you go to Bury, Salford, wherever you go, even with the general mayoral precept, they pay less in Greater Manchester than they do at any single of our boroughs in Nottinghamshire. And that's what we should be looking at, because how is that the case? And one of the reasons that's the case is because this little bit of general mayoral precept and the devolved powers allows them to look directly at how those local services are provided. Early intervention is put in place, health and social care works together incredibly, and it cuts down the costs elsewhere. And it's a strategic view of how services should be delivered and the impact that could happen in Nottinghamshire. That's what happens in Greater Manchester. The general mayor precept isn't just added on and council tax bills increased. As I said, every single person in Greater Manchester pays less with the general mayoral precept included than what they do here in Nottinghamshire. And we need to be looking at that and not plucking out figures such as £100 a year and scaremongering people who, quite frankly, we are right, are at a cost of living crisis, that are choosing between eating and heating. This is not an appropriate time to do this. We need to be showing government that we are serious about devolution, not producing Mickey Mouse motions such as this that are not accurate and are not factual.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor John Wilmot.
Yeah, I will be quick, Chairman. Just to say, obviously, we should all welcome that everyone in this council is against any rise in council tax through mayoral precepts. It's the wrong way to go about the situation, and the people are all struggling at the moment, really struggling. I hope that the negotiations this council is in for the mayoral combined authority comes to a sensible conclusion. We will wait and see on that one. And I'm pleased that the mayor and the governor, or the governor, or whatever it is, will not have the power to introduce an extra precept for the people of Nottinghamshire to pay. The question will then be, how will it be paid for? As Councillor Hollis has said, taxpayers? Question mark. And will the mayor have the power to do what he wants? That's another issue that will rise to the fore and so forth. And to remember, you've got to remember, the residents of Nottinghamshire are struggling to pay the present bills without adding anything else onto it. And I'm really pleased that you've all agreed on that situation. Now look at the situation. Petrol and diesel prices, costs up. Food prices rising to an exceptional level. Gas and electricity prices up. Many cases, they double the cost of a few months ago, and generally the cost of owning a home has risen significantly. I really think we're in a cost of living crisis, and to put an extra precept to pay for a mayor would have been unrealistic and should not happen. So I fully support this motion before us today to write to the other councils to make sure making this point really clear. You know, the residents of Nottinghamshire will welcome to have no extra burden in council tax under the present circumstances. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Mike Adams.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think the idea that writing to government is a great way of showing you're doing something is not the best way to act when trying to deliver change for the people of Nottinghamshire. In fact, we prefer action and not words. Entering into negotiations, we already are, which I think, you know, is an incredible place to be. We're actually at the table when the decisions are being made. If we were elected as councillors for any reason, surely it's to be in that room, at that table, when those decisions about Nottinghamshire on a wider basis are being made. Otherwise, what is the point of us being here? Why did we get elected if we didn't want to deliver some form of change? And I also question the point about whether we're increasing layers here. I actually believe we're removing layers. As we take on more responsibilities, if we're not actually removing them, we're shifting them. We're moving them into the areas that need the change themselves, the areas that we all in here care about. Congratulate Councillor John Clark on his sensible approach to this. And I think the East Midlands is stronger when we make decisions locally. Enjoy that rare moment, John. Yeah, well, exactly. But yeah, the East Midlands is stronger when we make the decisions locally because, as we know the local problems better than anybody else. We live it, we breathe it, we walk it, and we talk it. And if we're not actually going to be taking that funding and distributing it at that mayoral level, bringing it locally, discussing it with the local councils, and then delivering that change that can really impact people's lives positively. As I said, what is the point of us being here if we're not prepared to do that? I think it's given us a chance to do that, and we should wholeheartedly grasp it with both hands, both feet, and anything else you can get your hands on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor David Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think you probably got me wrong, but, you know, we're in agreement in principle with the Combined Authority because that's the whole idea, to bring money down from Whitehall and bring it into our region, and it be worked out and contrived and dealt with by local authorities and not by some mandarins in Whitehall. So we're quite in agreement with that principle. But in a cost of living crisis, when inflation's running amok and people are scared where the next meal's going to come from in parts of Ashfield and Mansfield, in some of the most deprived areas, £102.96 is a bandy equivalent mayoral precept in Manchester, and this motion wasn't plucked out of thin air. It was plucked out of the reason to defend people's pockets and say the money should come from government to support this idea, because that devolution deal, that's where it's coming from the government down and not from the residents up. And that's what we wanted to make clear. And we're much happier now that we've got a consensus of opinion on that.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Lee Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be supporting this motion. I am very concerned that a combined authority could not only see more levels of bureaucracy and inefficiencies, but we could also see council tax bills, in particular preset, increase during a cost of living crisis. I read the following quote in the Hucknall Dispatch newspaper on the 30th of June from Councillor Ben Bradley. And it states, in our initial bid to the government, we have asked for everything that is potentially on offer, as we don't want to rule anything out at this early stage in the negotiations. And an additional quote later on, again from Ben Bradley, of course, nobody can promise now what a future mayor may or may not do years into the future, but I can be absolutely clear that there are no plans to raise any additional taxes as a result of the devolution proposal. Therefore, I see this motion today as a step in the right direction to provide us with further clarity, especially the final paragraph. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Barnfather, did you wish to?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll try and make it brief. We spent all this morning agreeing with each other that Nottingham Forest were a fantastic football club, and that for he's a jolly good fellow, the chief executive. We've spent the last hour all agreeing with each other that actually nobody wants to raise extra taxes for residents of Nottinghamshire through a mayoral precept. We've done it in many different ways around the chamber, but the bottom line is we are all in agreement. That seems to be my understanding, and unless I've not been following the debate very closely. The leader could not have made it clearer. It's in the cabinet paper. I'm not going to read it to you, it'll take up time. It's in the cabinet paper for next week. It's been to the media, as has been alluded to by other members. He would have made it absolutely explicit if he'd have been in the chamber with us this afternoon. He has no wish, no desire, this administration has no wish, no desire on behalf of this council to raise extra precept by way of a mayoral precept. I do thank Councillor Welsh for explaining the situation. In fairness, there was no confusion over on this side of the chamber, but if we'd have explained that, we'd have been accused of being mansplaining. So I'm very grateful, Michelle, for the fact that you actually did put some clarity in, and particularly in relation to the GMP aspect, because GMP, of course, is being used to beat up and frighten people, the figures that are actually raised in GMP. So I'm grateful to you for actually explaining the difference between GMP's mayoral precept, what it's spent on, and the different responsibilities of the Mayor, Andy Burnham. I don't think there is any disagreement about this. I don't intend to speak any longer. I was making copious notes of what different people were saying, thinking we might have a disagreement. But I think each group or group representatives have indicated that they are supportive of this motion. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Grandfather. Councillor Jason Zrodny.
Thank you, Chairman. I concur with what Councillor Barnfather's just said, that we are all in agreement, but I think it's unfortunate, given that agreement, that there's been some more than barbed comments coming across the chamber, I think from people who have a scant understanding of the issues, or particularly of the precept, and I refer more to colleagues on my right than members opposite. I'd firstly like to thank Councillors Purdue Horan and Martin for putting this down. Not a Mickey Mouse motion, and if it is, I don't know what that makes you if you're about to vote for it. But you can join the Mickey Mouse Club, but you're certainly not any Britney Spears. Right, you're voting for something that's a Mickey Mouse motion. We've been accused of scaremongering because we put the figure of £102 in, £100. In every category, we talk about Greater Manchester as a comparator, and £102.95 is the average council tax precept in Greater Manchester for a Band D property. It's there in black and white on their page, 69%, which Councillor Welsh said, not 75%, 69% exactly goes to fire, which would mean in Nottinghamshire that an average house would go up, if this precept was included, by about £35 a year. And I think it's interesting that only the Independent Alliance are emphatic about making sure during a cost of living crisis that even that £30 is too much. And I welcome the amendment from the administration, but I hold it with a tinge of scepticism on 2 points. Number one, the well-famed press interview that Councillor Bradley has given, where he said we just ticked everything so that we could get everything. And then Mr. Smith reiterated that in the pro forma we had ticked the opportunity for a future mayor to raise a precept. So those things are there, and we've then removed from the motion the opportunity to write to government to say that we don't want to do that. So we're stating from our own policy here that we want to not raise that precept, but we're not letting the government know, and it's still in our pro forma. So I welcome very much that there's some consensus about this, but I have it with a tinge of scepticism because it's still in the paperwork. And therefore, I hope that the fact that that camera's there will hold this chamber to account, that they do what they've said in here, and that we are all on the same page, because we've been rehearsing the actual devolution argument again, which I don't think there's a necessity for that. I think across political divides and across geography, people are now on board, more or less, with devolution and getting more powers and delivering more things for Nottinghamshire. That's not a Mickey Mouse argument. It's not a Mickey Mouse argument for any resident in my division to say we won't put their council tax up even more. And I think it's, and I have to turn it. I don't have to turn it. This is why there's not a single Labour councillor left in Ashfield constituency. Because as Councillor Fole just said, why is council tax the highest in Ashfield? Because Labour were there from 1974 to 2018. And in 2 of the last 4 years, the Ashfield Independents have frozen it. 50% of the time, we froze council tax because we're repairing the financial damage that Labour have done and clearly want to keep doing. They're pinching their noses while they vote for this motion because they love a cost of living crisis because they can point at the Tory party. They're loving it. Don't call me Zadrozny. Don't do that. It's true. You point to Ashfield. You point at Ashfield, and the problems at Ashfield are entirely at the feet of the Labour Party. Now, the cost of living crisis is real and it's prevalent and it's getting worse. And I think it's right that members across this chamber vote for this amended motion. And I hope that the administration keep to the word and that they persuade partners across Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire that it isn't the right time to put up a precept. I have absolutely no comprehension why the Labour Party have been so cautious about it. The sceptic in me might think that they want to put up that tax. I'm pleased to see that this Mickey Mouse motion that stops a burden on our poorest will get supported, and I think Labour need to take a hard look in the mirror today.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Ruddy. I've got one more speaker, Penny Garland, then we've got summing up, but being aware that we want to try and get the last motion in.
I'm going to be very brief. We're not voting for the Mickey Mouse motion, which couldn't even name the authority in the first line correctly. We're voting for the amendment, which is actually written in sensible English. Yes. To be quite clear, we're not saying that the precept in Manchester is the right thing. We're saying the council tax in Manchester is lower than in Nottinghamshire and Greater Manchester because they use their precept to be efficient. We're not saying that precept should come from the people of Nottinghamshire. We shouldn't be paying for our own levelling up. It should be coming from the Tory government that's let down the East Midlands for years. This is the money spent across the country. These are all the regions. Oh, you can't see it. Guess where the East Midlands is? Lowest amount. The money should be coming from the Tory central government.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Francis Pure-Hordern, would you like to sum up, please?
Mr. Chairman, I've not prepared for this one. How long have I got? 5 minutes.
You don't have to speak, Francis.
We have another motion to come.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, okay? Mr. Chairman, I won't dwell. I'll let Mickey Mouse's lawyers deal with comments about Mickey Mouse. But I'm pleased that, as Councillor Barnfather has said, whatever the comments are, the general underlying trend is that, we are generally in agreement. So I think I'm grateful for that. Councillor Hollis asked a very fundamental question. In another guise, I suppose, Councillor Gowland said the same thing. Where is the money coming from? And I think today has given an opportunity for this council to make it absolutely clear to our residents of where we do not feel where the money should not be coming from, which is simply their pockets. And perhaps just as an aside, whilst I do welcome the comments by Councillor Bradley and Councillor Lawton and others, I'm a bit like Clint Eastwood in the spaghetti westerns, going on some sort of mission with them, but not actually trusting each other, because of course I actually put it in black and white that we were delivering a recycling centre, and of course that hasn't appeared. So I will be, with respect, Mr. Chairman, asking for a recorded vote to make it absolutely clear where this council stands. Thank you.
Okay, members, put this to the vote. All those in favour? I think that's unanimous.
It's carried. Yep.
It's carried.
Just to confirm, Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate a recorded vote.
I'm afraid we haven't had enough. No, 9. We haven't done, and to be fair, ladies members, it was the unanimous vote, so I think we know everybody put their name
Let me
to
just
it.
check. Councillor Garner, colleague said you might have had your hand up. Is that?
Is he or not?
So so we had 9. Thank you. Okay. We are finishing at 5.
Thank you, members. Members, thank you. We're going to take the recorded vote now. And bear in mind, after this, we will come to the last motion, but we'll only be debating it till 5:20 because it takes 10 minutes to sum up at the end of the motion. So bear that in mind, speakers, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to take the recorded vote then on what became the new substantive motion as altered by the Conservatives and accepted by Councillor Purdue-Horan. So, starting with Reg Adair, please. Councillor Adair. Okay. Councillor Adams.
4.
Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Anderson. Councillor Bailey.
4.
Councillor Barney. Councillor Barnfather.
4.
Councillor Butler.
4.
Councillor Callaghan. Councillor Carlton.
4.
Councillor John Clark.
4.
Councillor Neil Clark. Councillor Corden. Councillor Cotty.
4.
Councillor Creamer.
4.
Councillor Cubley. Councillor Doddy. Councillor Eddy.
4.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Girling. Sorry, he's gone. Councillor Gowland.
4.
Councillor Henry.
4.
Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Hollis. Councillor Introna. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson.
4.
Councillor Kerry. Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee. Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin. Councillor Moxon. Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Owen. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Purdue-Horan. Councillor Quigley. Councillor Saddington. Councillor Smith. Helen Ann. Councillor Sam Smith. Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton. Councillor Waters. Councillor Welsh. Councillor Gordon Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Elizabeth Williamson. Councillor Wilmot. And Councillor Zadrozny.
Thank you, members. I think it's still unanimous. Thank you for that. Right. Bear in mind the time, members. I'd like to call upon Penny Gowland to move the second motion.
So, yesterday, I was told that I'm passionate about climate change. I'm not passionate about climate change. I'm passionate about public transport, free school meals. I'm passionate about residents' access to digital services and good housing. I'm passionate about making sure the East Midlands gets its fair share from the Tory government. But I'm also find I keep having to talk about climate change. If you're sitting on a runaway train and nobody's doing anything to stop it, it tends to make you obsessed. But hopefully this motion isn't controversial. This bill, that was the original bill that was taken to Parliament, had cross-party support from nearly all our local MPs. We started this meeting by rightly celebrating our Gold Standard Baby Friendly Award. we went on to talk about how our previous councillors worked to support a framework. But all the babies, the toddlers, the young people, the students, the young adults who will grow up here, and they'll hopefully grow old. But what is the world we're leaving them? We all recognise how much our young people have given to us during the pandemic, but what are we giving them in return? We need to make sure we bequeath them a good future. As humans, we're easily scared by immediate problems we can see today. We have much greater difficulty, all of us, in understanding and imagining long-term, gradual, infrequent problems. And we quickly forget bad things that happened before. How many of us knew much about the 1918 pandemic before a couple of years ago? How many of us have forgotten how we felt in March 2030? We can see the forest fires in California and Australia and the flooding in Sydney, but how many of us think it's likely to happen to us? This short-termism doesn't just apply to the climate and environmental degradation, it applies to almost everything: the economy, infrastructure, pandemic planning, energy policy, public health. Councillor Walsh talked just now about how investment in homelessness, preventing homelessness, was saving money in Manchester, and of course saving grief as well. We need to balance short-term needs and genuine short-term needs today against long-term needs. We all know a stitch in time saves 9. It makes things easier to plan in the long run if we plan for the future, if we mend the roof whilst the sun shines. Frankly, the sun isn't shining now on the residents of Nottinghamshire, and it's a pity that money hasn't been invested in sustainable energy and housing insulation over the last 12 years. But we'll only make matters worse if we don't keep a weather eye on the effects of our current activities in the future. As politicians, we're often accused of being short-term and populist, and that's inevitable almost in terms of the electoral cycle. So we need to find a way to bake in long-term sustainable thinking into our decisions, and probably the best way to do this is to have to look young people in the eye over our decisions. Young people have to live with the consequences. So that's why I ask you to support this motion, which not only asks us to look at working with the Future Generations Principle and consider Future Generations Principle on all reports, but also involve the Young People's Board in scrutinising our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Councillor Paul Henshaw to second the motion.
Yes, Chair, I'll second the motion and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
I have members who have indicated to speak. Mike Adams.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon again, everyone. I must say it's great to see a motion here that is on the sides of future generations, that, as we know, will be dealing with the effects of climate change into the future. I recently visited Tollerton Junior School as part of a county council team demonstrating the new Microsoft-powered sandbox that projects the effects of rainfall onto terra firma, sand in this case, and discussed with the children there the importance of keeping the earth cool to reduce the moisture in the air, which leads to more serious weather events. Children are very aware of climate change, incredibly well versed by the informative work being carried out by Notts CC's teachers. The water cycle, a particular part of the curriculum that helps them understand the key principles of how the Earth's natural processes work. Balancing the Earth is key. Its balance is what makes it a Goldilocks planet, as the stargazers call it, a just right planet, where all natural processes act in harmony to make it the livable, incredible place we all call home. I take the equipping of our children for the future very seriously, and it's fundamental in this Council's plan, a plan that is actively seeking the views of children, actively acting with them in mind, and equipping them with skills. They are our developers of the future, hopefully the ones that will not build on floodplains, or if they have to, they have the engineering ability to facilitate this. I'm trying in my time as a councillor to make that case. We owe that to our children. Let's not continue to make those same mistakes. I also recently invited children from Burton Joyce Primary School. And at this point, I'd like to thank the chairman, the fantastic Claire Rankin, and our catering team for hosting us that day. The children elect an eco-warrior as part of their child's school governing team. I like the term warrior, because that portrays action rather than words. We held a debate on climate change with the children, and to bring them down to my level, I asked the key question, do cows' burps affect climate change?
You used a different word, actually.
I did, you're right. Do cows' trumps affect climate change? Thank you, Chairman. We cannot delegate huge decision-making to children, though. We have to take responsibility, and it's not just this administration that prefers action, not words. It was actually a key part of Prince William's fantastic Earthshot Prize, a worldwide competition that asked for the greatest minds to come up with the greatest solutions to one of the world's most pressing problems. rather than just complaining about them or supergluing themselves to stuff. An act, I'm convinced, rather than bringing our world together in unification to achieve a goal, in fact causes more idling engines and has achieved very little. In fact, pushes people away from engaging in the issue and plays a huge detriment to normal residents' lives. As a recent university interviewer I sat with not so long ago pointed out, the lack of youth in these movements, our young people are incredibly perceptive to positive action. Now, members will be very glad to hear me say we have made the Future Generations principle a key part of our County Council's policies and decision-making, and I can confirm that the Nottinghamshire Young People's Board already has the authority to scrutinise our actions in terms of the Future Generations principle, if they choose to do so. I recently launched the Home for Wildlife competition for schools across Nottinghamshire. The final prize won by a girl called Bella, and she's a part of a strong eco team at a local school. The judging of the entries was carried out by the Children in Care Council and also the higher education students at West Notts College. So you'll no doubt agree, an awesome team of experts, an awesome team of young experts, completely interested in the issues at hand. At national level, the latest version of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill attracted cross-party support, as rightly pointed out. Co-sponsored as it was by independent crossbench peer and big issue founder Lord Burden, the Conservative MP for Barron Furness, Simon Fell. Right here on our very own doorstep, as you remember back in May 2021, we recommended the Council should declare a climate emergency which gained unanimous approval from members. They also created me, and I mean not literally, I can't even imagine the science involved in that, but however, the first ever Environment Ambassador, and we should acknowledge that the fight back against climate change did not begin just with me or just with this council then, but at least 10 years before this authority, both under red and blue leadership, has been progressing towards greener, more efficient ways of working, reducing our carbon footprint. And as a council, we recognise a long time ago that the benefits of greener working are not just environmental, but also financial, because a cleaner, more greener approach frequently saves money, easing the tax burden on residents. When the Council declared a climate emergency, we're in effect formalising and accelerating an existing direction of travel. We then encapsulated this into our 10-year Nottinghamshire plan after consulting residents, including young people. I believe the Future Generations principle is a part and parcel of work we are doing to deliver the plan across all our departments. And there are many commitments in the Nottinghamshire plan focused on ensuring that, as the motion says, in meeting our residents' needs today, we do not stop future generation meeting theirs. For example, we've pledged to reduce energy use at our offices through our energy strategy. I might see if I can jump off to the end then. I'll carry on. To our strategy. We'll plant 250 hectares of trees on council land and set up 5 new local nature reserves. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I support the comments of my colleague, Councillor Adams, a few moments ago. I think that when Nottinghamshire County Council declared a climate emergency last year and subsequently incorporated green aims and objectives into the Nottinghamshire plan, we were and are seeking to ensure that in our meeting our own needs, we don't stop future generations in meeting theirs. In politics, it can be very easy to fall into the trap of thinking only about your own concerns and of the current generation who will elect and re-elect you. But as public representatives, we have a duty to think of future generations also. I acknowledge that there is no specific reference to the Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill or the phrase Future Generations Principle in the Nottinghamshire Plan. But throughout the plan, there are proposed actions that have as much to do with protecting the interests of future generations as they do the current generation. No doubt there is symbolic importance in being seen to have declared a climate emergency or to be adhering to the Future Generations Principle. But in the end, these are just words or phrases. What really matters is the actions that you take, not the title or banner under which you take them. And I believe this council is already on track in that regard. Regarding the final paragraph of the motion before us, I understand the good intention behind the proposal to provide the Nottinghamshire Young People's Board with formal opportunities to scrutinise the council's policies and decisions in terms of the Future Generations Principle. However, I would like to make 2 key points. The first being the Nottingham Young People's Board already does this, already does have this opportunity and indeed this power. Young people control the agenda of the Nottinghamshire Young People's Board and can discuss and scrutinise whatever issues they consider to be a priority. Members of the board have already put climate issues changes on their agenda for the next meeting, which is on the 13th of July at County Hall, which I shall be attending. My second point relates to the first, is that it is surely not our place as a chamber of older adults to decide what should go on the agenda of the Nottinghamshire Young People's Board. Please don't misunderstand me. I have no objection to the members or officers informing the Young People's Board that we discussed the Future Generations principle at our full council meeting today. I'm providing more information to young people about this if they aren't aware already. But Chairman, it would be somewhat contradictory, if not condescending, for this chamber to interfere or recommend with what young people should be scrutinising. We need to let them decide this for themselves. For those reasons, Chairman, I think this motion is unnecessary and perhaps a little presumptuous, albeit unintentionally. As a council, we need to focus on delivering all aspects of the Nottinghamshire Plan, including the many elements that seek to protect our environment and planet for the current and future generations. If our young people decide that they want to look closely at how we are doing this through our policies and decision making, then they have the opportunity to do so, both informally and formally, are there already. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Tom Smith. Sam Smith, sorry, not Tom Smith.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, I would start by echoing the comments of Councillor Anderson and Councillor Smith. Approving this motion would not only ask the Council to do something it is already effectively doing, but could actually take a little bit of initiative away from our young people rather than giving them more control. To be clear, whether Nottinghamshire's young people are broadly satisfied or dissatisfied with this Council's plans to tackle the climate crisis, they have various means by which they can make their views known and actively scrutinise our work if they choose to do so. And, Mr Chairman, I would welcome those. Like Councillor Anderson, I took the opportunity to have a look at the forthcoming Nottinghamshire Young People's Board agenda, and there are, for example, 2 items referring to climate change, so this is certainly not a debate they need our help to initiate. I must admit, Mr Chairman, I was intrigued by the 7:40 to 7:55 p.m. agenda item that is being led by Scheiden and reads, "Climate change and mental health are not linked!" I do not know Scheiden yet, but I'd be very interested to see where this debate goes. What the agenda does demonstrate brilliantly, though, Mr Chairman, is that there are no limitations on where the young people go with their debates and discussions. And I personally think that that is excellent. It's hugely beneficial to our democracy, policies and all our futures. Mr Chairman, if our Young People's Board choose to venture deeper into scrutinising any aspect of this Council's work, not just our attention to the Future Generations principles, then, as one of the Council's 4 new Select Committee Chairmen responsible for scrutiny, I'd be only too happy to provide them with as much support and advice as they want. The point is that it is their prerogative to approach me and not my prerogative to impose my advice, views or priorities on them. And in my opinion, those boundaries should be respected by all members. On a separate note, Mr Chairman, I do have a slight issue with Action 2, as stated in the motion. As with so much of this motion, I'm sure the intentions are good, but in practical terms, I question how the mover and seconder want to enforce the requirement for all council reports to explicitly consider impacts on future generations. Are they envisaging that each report has a separate standalone section headed Future Generations Principle implications, in much the same way as financial implications or public sector equality implications? I suppose this would guarantee that each report formally addresses the Future Generations Principle issue, but isn't there a risk, with an ever-growing number of separate sections at the end of our reports, that officers subconsciously go into automatic mode and just insert some kind of abstract sentence to tick a box, rather than giving sincere consideration to the matter in the body of the report? We do, after all, Mr Chairman, already have a section in our decision reports requiring officers to set out implications for suitability and environment. So isn't the future generations principle already implicit in that? Are we not splitting hairs to an excessive degree? I totally agree with Councillor Anderson's comment. We shouldn't get too preoccupied with buzzwords and phrases. They might serve a purpose in highlighting or summarising a particular way of thinking, but ultimately what matters is the action we take, not the title we give to it. We need to be careful not to stray away from meaningful action which is already proposed in the Nottinghamshire Plan and move instead into virtue signalling territory. As the Select Committee Chairman, I know I speak for all my colleagues in saying that we will be examining how the Council's actions tie within the future generation principles. I do not think we need a motion to force us to this. In fact, I think some of the proposals in the motion could be counterproductive, even though they probably weren't intended that way. Now let's continue with action, not more words. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I've got two more members indicated, plus Councillor Henshaw to sum up, and I think then we'll probably have time. Let's have time for one more if anybody else does. If not, we'll move on, and I'll call upon Councillor Jim Creamer. Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Councillor Kate Fold. Jim, if you switch your microphone off, it wasn't working properly, but we'd actually go through it all again. But
okay, thank you. I'll be very brief. I mean, just with reference to the requirement under 2, require all council reports to explicitly consider impact on future generations. I think what we must remember in this council is actually that the climate is still changing and it's dangerous. I think that's why that's a really important requirement. I mean, there's an officer at Broxtowe Council that actually has to sign off pretty much every policy in Broxtowe on this climate, and particularly on this climate issue. And it's having a positive impact. And it just feels, you're just kind of batting this back and saying, well, it's okay because we're already doing it. But you're not making it explicit like it is in here. And going back to the kind of the 3 about the Young People's Board, Councillor Gowland isn't sort of being patronising and saying, you know, come along here. What we're saying in a public meeting, we think it's really important that we hear the children and the young people's voice. That's brilliant. And I think really you kind of, I think you're really, as Councillor Creamer said, you really need to support this actually very, very positive motion. There's really no harm in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fole. Councillor Henshaw, would you like your right to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, in relation to the motion so ably put by my colleague, when we look at this issue, I do not understand why people are being reticent in supporting it. As members know, I could do quite a lot of hill walking, and on a walk in Derbyshire in the months of January this year, I walked up from Edale to up Grindsbrook on a compass bearing across to Kinder Downfall, and on the way, me and the group noticed that every few yards there were remnants of a mountain hare, white mountain hare, and we couldn't understand it, what had happened. Anyway, when we got back, ready for a much needed cup of tea in the cafe in Edale, I bumped into one of the peak wardens, and I happened to mention to him, what's happening with the mountain hares? He says, everywhere you look, they're all dead, lying around on the floor, you know. And he said, it's a result of climate change and global warming. I says, how do you work that out? He says, because each year, the mountain hare's fur turns to white, so that they can, you know, not be detected by predators. And over the last few years, there's not been enough snow. So the ones that have turned to white have been attacked by the predators. So it was a direct example of how climate change has affected you know, things in our locality. And I suppose each and every one of us can highlight some issue that we could relate to climate change. Councillor Adams mentioned a few issues on what the County Council has done in relation to the declaration of a climate emergency. And I'm not denying that we have made some small yet not insignificant steps towards changing our ways. But when you look at it, we've all seen the terrible sights of refugees from that terrible war in the Ukraine, and millions of people displaced. Those people, or that amount of people moving, would pale to insignificance if we don't address the problem of rising sea levels, because there are countries in this world that are so low-lying that if we don't address the problem, sea levels will rise and millions upon millions of people will be displaced, which will create havoc throughout the world. Now, we think we're all right here. River Trent might not come up that high and flood this chamber, but you never know. It's one of the things we've got to make sure doesn't happen. I think we've got to play our role, and it says that in the motion, we've got to play our role in educating young people. We've got to support them to make deliberations. Now, young people know more about climate change and global warming and problems with weather than we do. The motion just gives them an opportunity to express those views formally, and I've got great confidence that when our officers are asked to write a comment on a report, our officers will do it with professionalism and will do it with the facts and not do it just as a ticking the box exercise. So that would be a step forward for us to indicate on all of our papers, every report, the effect or the perceived effect of what's going to happen if we don't do anything about climate change. Now, I'll be long dead, I'll be long gone, but there's going to be children now growing up who will have the effects of this, and it will affect their lives dramatically. And we've got to do something, and if we don't do something, the consequences are going to be catastrophic, not only for Nottinghamshire, but for the country and for the world in general. Yes, thank you. And in winding up, Chair, there is a lot of work being done in my division, the Flying High Academy, Wainwright Academy and All Saints School, all have global warming issues on their agenda. Please support this motion and let's make a definitive attempt to do things better so that we do not impact on the children, the young people's lives that are coming after us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Gowland, would you like to sum up, please?
Yeah, thanks very much. So I think we're kind of all in agreement with the general idea here, aren't we? Just to go through a few points. First of all, the point about the Young People's Board. It says formal opportunities. Nobody's directing what anybody should say. But we're not talking about giving the opportunity to discuss global warming. I'm sure they do, and that's very important to them. We're talking about giving the opportunity to scrutinise council decisions. And just saying they have that opportunity is not good enough. You know, we've had a lot of training on this in the last few weeks. We are given papers regularly. It's more to it than just sort of saying, well, you can do it if you want. I mean, yeah, anybody can do it if they want. The residents can, but it's giving them the formal opportunity and all the processes that involves if they want it. The council reports to consider the impact on future generations. As Councillor Henshaw said, I have full faith in that our officers will do this professionally and properly, and it will be meaningful. And finally, yes, we passed this motion on a climate emergency over a year ago. Yes, we need action, not words, which I'm really sorry to finish on a negative point, but it brings me to the point that we budgeted for a team of staff to work in this area a long while ago, but they're not here. These are the people, the officers, who can actually be putting this into action, and they're still not here. So if you really want to take it urgently, we've got to act, not just, oh yeah, I agree, pass motions. So please support it. I know you all agree, so thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. It's me over here. Hello. Point of order.
Yes,
Just to point out that, sorry, clarification, we do have a team already set up for that. So, just so you know, yeah, confirming that we do have that team in operation.
Thank you for that. Can we now move to the vote, please? All those in favour of the motion, please show. And all those against?
Yeah, we need 10 now. 19 for, 34 against, so it falls.
19 votes for, 34 against, so the motion falls. Can I have 10 hands, please?
3, 4, 5, 10.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues. Councillor Adair.
Against.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Barney. Councillor Barnfather. Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callaghan. Councillor Carlton. Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark. Councillor Corden. Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cubley. Councillor Doddy. Councillor Eddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Gowland.
For.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Hollis. Councillor Introna. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee. Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin. Councillor Moxon. Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Purdue-Horan. Councillor Quigley. Councillor Saddington. Councillor Helen Ann Smith. Councillor Sam Smith. Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton.
Against.
Councillor Waters. Councillor Welsh. Councillor Gordon Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Elizabeth Williamson. Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Zadrozny. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The recorded vote was 21 for and 34 against, so the motion is still defeated. Thank you, members. We now come to the most important part of the procedure tonight, draw the raffle. I do thank all members and everybody who contributed. It raised £148 for my good cause, so thank you very much for all your support. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive this last meeting to draw 2 tickets out, as long as the monitoring officers haven't run off with the wine.
First ticket is 430.
Yes.
Second ticket is 423.
Thank you. If your name's by the ticket, so... Thank you very much, members. I declare the meeting closed. I wish you a safe journey home. Thank you.